Yo, what's up, Bosh? Good morning. Why so early? My dog woke me up. Then I had to go to the bathroom. Then I was like, fuck, what am I gonna do? Crawl back into bed? By the time I fall back to sleep, probably the time I want to wake up anyways. Oof, my neck is stiff this morning though. News tripping me. Yo, what's up, slurs? Good fucking morning. Yeah, I already slipped in my DMs. It's like, god damn, that's a name I haven't seen in a long ass fucking time. Last time Ari sent me a message or I sent him a message was 20 fucking 19. What happened to your other account? Didn't you have a different account? No, this is 2017. Seen the leak that's floating about? What's this? Kind of whatever. Hotmail gamer. Goddamn. Oh, I forgot to sell all my old accessories. Oh, my fucking neck is stiff. So it made Trout Gang want to come back to BDO. This game is so fucking Care Bear these days. Can't have any fun open world, man. We put up guardrails for streamers. There's supposed to be a move option for that. There we go. The new T1 seems popping right now. Yeah, probably good for that for sure. Ball just around the corner too. Maybe they'll make this shit better again. Two of them a year, yeah. Normally it would have been, normally it's in June, but this one is like a whole month later than it normally is. So, like, if they don't push the Calpheon ball, like, it's going to feel back to back. Actually, I should probably do my bosses first. Actually. Oh, there's no cast for that either, right? It's just fucking instant. New record. Dude, Smoke Me, Suck Sage 1v1. Damn. I don't know if I'd want to take him up on that. If I could do that, all of a sudden my info might be everywhere. I think I'm going to take that L. All of a sudden everybody's going to know what kind of toilet paper I use. I still remember that shit. Fucking Joe. That shit cracked me up. It is, yeah. Actually, there's a new guy Trout Gang could have fun with, which is Neptunes. He actually runs around red, but he's most of the time he's just doing AOS. Where the fuck is it? That man, it actually would have been content just to enjoy. It wouldn't even have to have done anything. If him and Joe existed at the same time, those two guys would have clashed. It would have been hilarious. It's sad that those two timelines didn't line up. Never thought we'd ever see a day of the guy with a shittier attitude than Joe. Keep moving too fast from this stupid thing. Yeah, he did. I wouldn't be surprised if that man did steroids, because it was crazy how grumpy he was all the time, how aggressively grumpy he was all the time. Just to have fucking a BDO player get into a fucking altercation with a BDO player and have his fucking jaw broken first shot. Old glass jaw Joe. That's why they always say the people you yap the most are usually the, you know, they're usually doing it for a reason. That boy some ketchup. Two more. Then we're done with this shit. Yo, what's up, Cannon Bar? Nebraska's playing Suck Sage though. Suck Sage is sick for large scale. If you're planning on doing T1s, Suck Sage slaps. That shit hits so hard and sucks in well anywhere really. Ooh, I think other people are up. I'm starting to get a whiff of coffee. I have to go run upstairs after this and go grab a cup. I didn't want to make coffee and wake everybody up, so I thought I'd wait. I'm getting fucked up right now. Shit. Oh fuck, we didn't even have consumables pumped. God damn it. And raw dog in this shit. Oh hell, I set a record on the first one. I must have leftover consumables. Oh shit. What day is it today? Today's Monday too. We gotta do a group bosses later. Oh fuck, that's right. We were supposed to make arrangements because it's a holiday. Tell them I'm ready whenever today. Motherfuckers are gonna be like, why the fuck is this fucking loser DMing us at 6 a.m.? Oh fuck. Okay, I'll bring it back. Just 1 second, you guys. I still got to do my taxes, and I have everything on a USB. I just want to double check and make sure it's all there. My wife's going to actually swing by the accountant today and drop this off for me so I can get this shit paid before the government gets mad at me. Okay, got my expenses, on my income, my sponsorships, home expenses. Since I work from home, I get to clear. Oh, fuck. I wonder how much the square footage has changed. It's probably about the same. Like compared to the old area I was in. Fuck. Maybe I should measure it. 1 second. Gonna put a note in there. Not sure if my can't remember what my old office area was, considering it was part of an open area. I couldn't claim the whole area. Otherwise, it would have taken up like a quarter of the footprint of the house, and it would have definitely got me flagged for an audit. So I had to just like estimate how much of that area over there was my office. But I think technically this room's a little bit bigger. So I'm just gonna put a little note. Wait, did I fucking save this? Okay, good, I did. It's like There we go. Have peace of mind when that shit goes through. I can just pay my taxes. Oh, meant to do that before we went on our trip. I had so much fucking going on. Okay, let's get to the grind. Did I restart my client today? No, I don't think I did. I'm gonna do that first. Ooh, 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 ooh. You're like in space, man. Shut up. You want me to really blow your mind? You want me to really blow your mind? I'm like floating in space for real, man. Yo, John. Too early, man. You gotta put that blunt down. Yo, what's up, acronym? I just got something yapping on my side monitor in my ear. What's cooking, man? Yo, what's up, Soul? I'm doing pretty good. Got up a little earlier than today. You waited a big 2 seconds between both messages. I was gonna say, I feel like I haven't been fucking zoned out that long. But shit, that's the thing about zoning out. Sometimes it feels real short. Drool on my keyboard. Yeah, luckily I'm not over my keyboard. My keyboard's like a good 1.5 feet away from my head. So the drool's just sitting there on my belly right now. I need to get another horse to turn to glue. Oh, fucking DR stone. Hell yeah. Cool. Time to go suck Sage and fuck shit up. Or went out for Destiny 2. Never had any interest in it. My opinion. You can't make people interested in your game. Before Sage, I was Guardian and Warrior. Mostly Warrior. Yeah, my first main was Warrior. And it would have stayed Warrior. There wouldn't have been any Guardian in between if the tag system existed back then. But Warrior was really bad at castle defense. So, when Guardian came out, since I was in a guild that just sat doing castle defense all the time, it made sense to play a stronger castle defense class. And Guardian was pretty fun, especially to look at. Pretty thick, yeah. How much silver do I have? Oh, I only have like just a bit over 2 trillion in actual silver. If I were to estimate, I'd say I'd have pretty close to 5 trillion worth of crons, 2 trillion worth of silver, and probably about 1 trillion worth of stacks and stacking materials, enhancing materials. The fuck you mean only? Oh, my bad. It's just, I don't like keeping my shit in raw silver, right? So, like, if my silver ever reaches half of my total assets, available assets, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Because silver loses purchasing power as inflation happens, right? So holding on to large amounts of silver is typically not a good thing. And inflation is something that will always happen in this game. So I typically like to invest in stuff that I will use that also goes up in value over time, right? So this way, you know, it's like investing in gold IRL, right? How do you not get bored? Because I don't play BDO to play BDO. I fire up my stream to hang out with you guys and just yap about shit. And this is just something I do while doing that, you know? To me, like, I've come to the realization years ago that it doesn't matter what game you play. Aside from like a single player story game, which has a beginning, middle, and end, right? Most like games have an in-game loop, and there's a reason why it's called an in-game loop and not an in-game line, because it doesn't matter what game you play, you end up doing some form of circles anyways, right? So it's best to just find the circles you enjoy the most, and I really enjoy the combat in BDO. Did I play AOS? I played AOS in the past, yeah. This season, not so much. I did the bare minimum just to get my rewards from the weeklies and stuff. But I've already hit top 100 twice. I already have the outfit. Spamming AOS this season for, you know, less silver than I could spend grinding doesn't seem like that great of a financial choice. And because of the changes that they've made to Awakening Sage, it's not like I don't enjoy it as much as I used to PvP wise, which is kind of frustrating. And I'm not talking about Sage like when it's overpowered. Obviously everybody's going to enjoy it when it's overpowered, like, and it deserved nerfs, but I just don't like the direction of the nerfs, right? They created a problem and then went a completely different route instead of addressing the problem, which just changes the class. I would have preferred to go back all the way to before they made us overpowered and go back to that Sage. Yeah. You're still Thanos, right? Like, they didn't fix any of the problems with Sage that made him feel, like, super annoying to deal with. They just made it so he has perma-stam problems. So he still does it for, like, 30 seconds, and then you're holding S-block praying that either A, your team can peel, or B, your enemy team gets distracted and lets you get your stam back so you can go Thanos mode again for another 30 seconds. To me, it's a very unhealthy playstyle. And the problem with what they've done is, I can't think of a single way they can fix it without Awakening Sage becoming busted again, right? Like, what do they do? If they dial back the stamina changes, then we can go Thanos mode for longer again, right? If they give us more neutral, then we go Thanos mode more often. If they do, like, finally give us a proper tertiary resource system, like Sorc Shards, for example, then we end up busted again, right? There's almost nothing they could do to Awaken Sage at this point that just won't make us back to being fucking busted again, in my opinion. So what's probably going to happen is it's probably going to be like this for a while, because it's still excellent at stomping like newer players, right? And that's going to be where they're going to get most of their data from. And then, you know, maybe someday they will do changes and it's going to be busted again, and then they're going to have to nerf us again. So one of those things where, you know, I'm hoping the new class is something really cool. Maybe I'll re-roll then. I have more fun playing Suck Warrior these days. Speaking of Warrior, any Warriors in chat? How's all that HP on hit on Awakened Warrior feeling in large scale now? Does Awakened Warrior finally feel like a proper bruiser and not just like a fucking ratty assassin? Yeah, I mean, technically I didn't start at launch, but at this point, you know, so much time has elapsed, I might as well say at launch. I technically started like 3 months, 2 or 3 months after launch, but at this point, it's such a negligible amount of time. I'm probably one of the players in this game, at least in North America and EU, that has the most time in game. I have like 10,000 more hours than Choice, for example. Yeah, a lot of people did. Lost Ark was something fun to play on the side. A lot of people actually played them in tandem, right? They'd play BDO, and then whenever Lost Ark would have something new coming out, or they would log in like once a week to do their weekly Lost Ark stuff, and then hop back on BDO. Dial back damage, unprotected aftershock, give the SA back to Lightning Prison? Oh, that's crazy. I'd rather keep the forward guard on Lightning Prison than have an unprotected aftershock. That's crazy talk. That's a PvEer recommendation, that's what that is. It is, right? And the damage should be addressed. They gave it an 82% damage bump in March of last year. 80%. And didn't see that as being a problem. An ability that already did a little bit of chip back then. All they gotta do is just up the PvP damage reduction on it, right? Or, I guess, reduce the PvP damage applied since they inverted it. Right? Because it's 40.8% damage in PvP, 44.32% damage in PvP, although that is the Arcanon, right? I think the Arcanon's damage is fine. It's primarily the actual ability itself, right? Which is this 40%. Like, they should drop that down to, like, 30%. Take off a quarter of the damage. Shit, maybe even more. Maybe drop down to like 25. Or maybe 26. That'd be like a 33% drop, approximately. Maybe even a little bit more. Same with Judgment and Judgment and Divine Executioner. The thing about those abilities, right, is when you take a look at the damage numbers, they don't look overly impressive. You're like, okay, fully protected movement, and they do reasonable damage. But it doesn't paint the whole picture of those abilities. The reality is about, like, all those abilities that I mentioned, is you're getting tons of back attacks with those things, because you're moving around like a motherfucker while doing it. So you're getting back attacks on people while they're standing, which dramatically bumps the damage. Yeah, I'm good with that, Moxito. They did all that, I wouldn't hate it. There's a couple other things that maybe I would do or wouldn't do, but I'd be happy with all that. Adds counterplay, allows Sage to move again. Gets rid of the oppressive, just fully standing movement damage. All you gotta do is look at the history of classes that have been blatantly overpowered that people just lose their minds about. It's always classes that kill you standing, because when a class can kill you standing, they now no longer have to... One of the biggest challenges in BDO is not learning how to play your own class. It's knowing how to fight every other class, knowing what other classes do, right? And if you play a class that can kill other people standing, now you no longer have to pay attention to what other classes do. You just have to learn how to play your class, that's it, and just start dumping damage. Keep yourself protected and dumping damage. And learning what all the other classes have to do is like 90% of the fucking knowledge curve, if not higher. So when you take that off the table and people can just dump damage and that's it and be successful, yeah, that's the primary recipe for a class being fucking broken. We've seen it with so many classes. What's going on with Biceptimus' stream? Shit keeps going offline. Man's having connection issues, I think. That fucking sucks. That's also why too, like you'll have people who can play, doesn't matter what class they hop on, they will perform well. They'll make a shitty class look strong, they'll make an average class look busted, and they'll make a busted class look like what the fuck. But it's because they've done the reps, right? They put in the work to acquire all that class knowledge, and it's when you just add a class to the game that could just dump damage and kill people standing, it diminishes the value of the hard work that they put in. Because now you can just have your fucking average chud hop on the class, just learn a protected rotation, and be more successful than he deserves. What's up, Cabell? That's also why classes that'll just kill people standing tend to be the ones that become the most popular, right? We've had strong classes in the past, for example, like Awakening Nova, who everybody would agree was broken busted, but not everyone would play it because it had a broken busted toolkit, but it still had to catch people, right? So it still didn't like catch on the same popularity as, you know, Awaken Drac, Deadeye, Awaken Sage, Suck Sage, Suck Megu, Awaken DK back when it first came out. 1 second. Still had to play piano? Yeah. Yeah, classes. There are plenty of classes throughout the history of BDO that have been strong, but they require a level of effort that keeps the flavor of the month people off of it, right? Especially when it still has to catch people. It might be amazing at catching people, but if you suck at class knowledge, you're still going to struggle at catching people, right? Where classes that just kill people standing don't matter. You no longer have to pay attention. You no longer have to worry about what they're doing. Just make sure that you are focusing on staying fully protected and dumping damage, and you will have pretty good success. I feel like we're going to get a big drop today. So yeah, when they did those changes to Awakening Sage, I was like, yep, here we go. They turned us into a fully protected, and even worse too, it's not even like a fully high damage SA class. It's like fully protected high damage movement. I was like, here we go. We are now at the very top of the list of classes that people were gonna flock to because it's fucking brain dead easy now. And yeah, we're gonna get hit with some heavy nerfs. To be fair, this is a little bit better than last time. To a certain degree, they actually hurt our stamina worse than they ever have. But they didn't touch our damage. Back after reboots, they fucking gutted our damage and gutted our stamina. Kind of crazy to think that I'd rather have them do a little bit more of a reboot approach than what they fucking did this time. But to also be fair, we've seen a lot of classes get hit with some stamina nerfs. If you actually take a look at like the classes that are really good at punishing Awakening Sage's forward guards, those are all the assassin classes, and so many of them actually caught stamina nerfs. So this might be just something that they're aiming for, right? Is if you want a class that's better stam-wise, then you play one of the bruisers, where if you play an assassin in general will come with high stamina requirements. That might be something they're aiming for. Yeah, that's why I think the best thing you could do for Suck Sage is give it better positioning. Like, let it pocket abilities in both Form Shift and Prime Spear Bolt, where you can start the ability, maybe pocket's not the right word, but you know what I mean, split the ability, right? Like you can with Rift Chain, where you can start a cast, come out of Rift Chain, and finish the cast. I think if they let you do that with Form Shift and with Prime Spear Bolt, it wouldn't have major implications in large scale, but would dramatically improve it in small, like in PvE. Because Suck Sage actually has ungodly PvE damage. It just can't get back attacks. It is just not great at back attacks. Will you grind forever? Well, I mean, this game is 99% grinding, so yeah. I mean, as long as I'm playing the game, most of what I'm going to be doing is grinding. What else is there to do at 8 a.m. in the morning? What are the rewards for this season of AOS? It might be worth it for me to push to Radiant. What's up, Cozy Monkey? What does AOS look like today, anyways? How's the grind? It's going. Let's see, what do we got for finishing here? We got 7 in Incarnate. Oh, looks like Divya's dipped down, huh? Muffin back at the top. Just full of fucking super rat classes, huh? Except for Corgi. Corgi and Pig. Wukong is super ratty. Then you got Bobo getting up there. Warriors actually doing pretty good this season, huh? Wait, what's the top? 1961. Okay. 2. Mr. Vagnar and Bobo. Oh, lots of classes in the top 20. Archer's a class that honestly shouldn't be good in Solaire. You have too many problems with a class like that. Same thing with Sucksage, right? You make it strong in a small environment like that, it becomes just absolutely batshit bonkers on large scale. I think it's okay for classes to have a lane. That's part of the reason why we saw problem with Awakening Sage, right? Is they turned it into a class that was good in large scale, and it became fucking absolutely bonkers in small scale. Some classes, because of their toolkit, are going to excel in a certain lane and be shitty in another, and I think that's okay.
Yeah, apparently EU, like they don't have as many rats as we do. Apparently EU is like all fucking tanks. Like, sorry, not all tanks. It's like they have a lot more tanks than rats. Sorry, a lot more tanks than we do, where we're a lot more rattier classes.
Yeah, like strikers, a lot more strikers and mystics over there. And that's the thing, is for an Awakening Sage, strikers and mystics actually aren't as much of a problem. Those rats that are more of a problem for Awakening Sage. The ones that get behind your forward guard for free, you know? Dude, PvP, but you totally ass. Well, you're not going to get better without PvPing. You just got to get in it. I'm kind of sad that they said they're done the PvP changes. I wish they would just keep going like this. Just always do a couple up and a couple down. Keep that shit going forever. Main Awakened Guardian, so you don't know? What's that have to do with anything? Awakened Guardian can be good. Awakened Guardian's one of those classes. Yeah, it's not an S tier, but it can still be good in the right hands. It's a class that knowing what your opponents do is of higher importance than almost anything else, right? Because your class is so slow, if you do the wrong thing at the wrong time, your opponent has the massive telegraphed window to punish you for it. So you can't just go around just randomly throwing shit. You'll just get fucking mopped up. And the only way you're going to get more knowledge is by doing more PvP. All you got to do is just go to the BA, do some AOS, just practice, pay attention to what you're doing, and blame yourself every time. Don't blame your teammates. If you want to feel better about yourself, blame your teammates. If you want to get better, blame yourself. Ask yourself every time, what can you do better? But if you just want to feel better about yourself, then blame your teammates, but you'll never get better doing that. Good comms. I'm blaming my teammates. Blame both your teammates and yourself. Huh. What are you playing, by the way? You on that Meiwa arc? Or are you playing something else? Musa. Oh shit. You block your way to yellow rank and I'll be happy. Oh. Honestly, suck. I honestly think Suck Warrior is underestimated right now. What are we listening to? Yo, what's up, Ash Knight? How you doing? You can skip it. You just type skip when it comes up. I don't know why you put an exclamation mark in front of it, but you threw the whole thing off because now it's not treating it like a link. It's treating it like you type some shit and it doesn't understand. I wonder what would happen if you use like fucking binary or hex or something to try to request a song. I wonder if the bot would actually pick the right song. Let's see. How would I say? What song? What song do I want to listen to? Fucking fish. Goddamn, let me think, you fucking fuckers. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this works. Nope. Oh no! Why? Why? Not 6-7. Oh, fuck me, man. The fuck? I was trying to queue up A Wolf and Man by Metallica. Didn't work on with binary either? Well, apparently these clankers ain't clanking. Oh, 1 second. I need to actually go tell my wife something. She's gonna make a jalapeno mac and cheese tonight. 1 second. Oh my god, what is this song? Missed the 6-7 song? The fuck is this? Oh, Bosch. The 6-7 song wasn't bad, really? Trash. Yo, what's up? What's up, brother? Make sure that's a song. There ain't a fucking tornado or something going on. Is that pizza? Nah, man, just a piece of toast. I'll tell my wife to get some chilies for the jalapeno mac and cheese for later, because the little canned chilies were awesome in that fucking queso blanco I made. So I was just telling her, but she wasn't home yet. So I was like, fuck it. Well, I'm upstairs. I'm just going to make myself something to snack on. Otherwise, I'm not going to make it till lunch. Yo, what's up, though, Cool Kicks? How you doing? Holy fuck. What was Fruit of Nature? Where the fuck did it pop up? Byrog had a night last night. It's funny you say that, because I'm actually in Biceptimus' stream on my side monitor, and the whole reason why I just checked the Fruit of Nature is I saw Byrog was like, he just typed, I was looking so far into the gathering test numbers and noticed one thing. What the fuck is that Fruit of Nature price on NA? That's why I was checking. Fuck is a cloaking shark? Okay. His little Fisher putting in some work. Is B-Kill actually back? There's no shot. There's no shot B-Kill's back. Although I'm fucking surprised that B-Kill hasn't been back. Considering how much you can actually earn just by being AFK in this game now. Just fucking keeping your rod in the water and, you know, log in once a week for 2 hours. Like, there's no reason not to be geared as long as you're doing that shit every week. We all know B-Kill ain't gonna grind, right? What AP do you need to grief me? Shit, you need AP and DP. Yeah, I'm fucking kind of a gear lord. You were the shot caller for Banana for like 10 minutes? What were you? Yo, everybody group up around my flame tower so I can blast them. Was that your call? The fuck is this? Oh, the internet, man, I swear to God. This is what Balance used to sound like when he was stream sniping Lakari back in the day. Yo, what's up, John? Banger. Yeah, of course you like it. Is that the song? No. No, that's my wife. She's playing Fortnite in the background. I don't know how many people join the Trout Discord and don't know to immediately mute everything that comes from the public channel. I joined and I was like, yep, I'm immediately muting the public channel and all at mentions in that channel because I know that that shit's gonna be pinging fucking nonstop. Yeah. I remember that shit. He would fucking wave at me 62,367 times. Uh-huh. Oh, I know better. This ain't my first rodeo around Trout Gang. Would I recommend you start playing now? Yeah, absolutely. Black Desert's in the best state it's ever been in terms of like almost everything else except for open world PvP. And we're anticipating some really, really big announcements in actually 2 months from today. What do you expect at the ball? Big announcements. I think I just said it, didn't I? Oh. Remove, yeah, no more Alt-C. In fact, they're gonna send you a keyboard that has no Alt or C on the keyboard. Is AOS still going? Yeah. Engine upgrade? Yeah, no. The likelihood of that happening is obnoxiously low. Almost to the point where you have a similar chance of winning the lottery if you go buy a lottery ticket. What's this, Lonely Island? Sounds like the Lonely Island. No. That is some wishful fucking thinking, man. I'm gonna give you some advice. Managing disappointment is all about managing expectations. Your head is in the clouds, man. Don't get me wrong, man. That'd be sick if they did decide to put in the work, but there is like no fucking incentive for them to do that. Porting over an old game to a new engine is more work than just making a new game. It is far more likely that they make Black Desert 2 before they port over Black Desert to a new engine. Because you got to remember, if they decide to port it over to the new engine, they can't just fucking copy and paste everything. They legit have to go through every single fucking line of code and make sure it's compatible and adapt it to the new engine. Where it is significantly less effort for them to just... And you gotta remember, like, a lot of that shit is spaghettified at this point, right? There's so much of it just tangled up with each other that they would have to, like, go through it multiple times as they're adjusting things. Okay, like, we adjusted this thing, so how's it gonna affect this thing that we already adjusted? Now we gotta go back and check that, like... It is much easier for them to just start with a blank slate. Or even more so, start off with Crimson Desert as a launching point into an MMO. It would be easier for them to convert Crimson Desert to an MMO than it would be to port over Black Desert to the new engine. The thing is, they just won't. Why would they, right? The thing is, too, you got to think about it. If they port over Black Desert to a new engine, that doesn't get them even remotely as much hype as if they just made Black Desert 2. So not only would it be more work to port it over, but there'd be less hype around it. There'd be significantly more people interested in Black Desert 2 than Black Desert converted to a new engine. Will be a full PvP game. Your head is in the clouds, man. I hate raining on your parade. But if you take a look at the trend in Black Desert, I don't know why you think that that trend would be any different in like a Black Desert 2. I hate stomping on your dreams, but there is little chance that they would make. Why would they think about that for a second, right? Why would they go through the effort in converting a game that was definitely considered, you know, like heavily open world PvP driven into the game it is today? But then they would make a sequel to the game that would be heavily PvP driven. You think you want PvP, but you don't? I mean, I want PvP. I want this game to go back to how it was. I liked it when it felt more like the Wild Wild West. So that both types of players get the best of both worlds. Yeah, but the reality is, there is not even remotely as close as PvP players as there are PvE players. So on paper, what you typed sounds good, but in reality, in terms of a business strategy, it isn't, unfortunately. Right? They're trying to appeal to a larger audience, and that old cutthroat environment, unfortunately, does more to deter the PvE audience. Obviously, the PvP audience loves it, but it does more to deter the PvE audience, which has a much larger market share in this game, or a much larger representation in this game than the PvP market. Then make BDO esports? You're just saying shit. Do you think that this game's esport ready? Or can be? Man, I fucking wish I had your brain. Holy. I wish I was that hopeful. I wish. That's the problem, fella. You're doing too much imagining. You're not wrong, though. Imagine that. I'd be sick. But the reality is that ain't happening. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is about PvP is, like, it is actually a small portion of the MMO community wants a PvP, right? The majority of people who play an MMO don't play it for the PvP. They play it for whether it's the life skilling system, it's the PvE, raids, dungeons. Most people who are heavily focused on player versus player go play, like, fighters or FPS games, shit like that. The PvP community in MMOs is always going to be a significantly smaller portion of the total community. Well, the problem is if you only allow PvP when both parties approve, is then PvP never happens. Right? We have proof of that in BDO. You need friction, right? Otherwise, the PvP feels meaningless. You need fights over grind spots. You gotta remember, too, like, all these situations in the past, like, some of the most memorable moments throughout the history of BDO, drama-wise, open-world PvP-wise, all begin with, like, either, like, a grind spot dispute. And it trickles into other areas of the game, like Node War and Siege, right? Both those things feed into each other one way or another, right? Like, Blue Squadron thinks it's all only one way, but it actually goes both ways equally, right? You'll have, like, you know, two guilds who are in alliance with each other, and then all of a sudden two of the members, one member from each guild, right, get into a grind spot dispute where one was thought they were, you know, one was grinding the spot, but went AFK maybe for a minute to go fucking take a piss. All of a sudden another guild from the alliance hops in, thinks that you know, the spot's open, so they start grinding there. Now both their egos get the better of each other, and before you know it, in Node War and Siege, right, well, first, you know, that escalates into, you know, one guy calls his buddies, the other one calls their buddies. Before you know it, turns out to a GVG, and then, you know, next Node or Siege, the guilds are turning on each other. They're no longer patting each other on the back. Or the reverse is true too, right? Sometimes maybe you'll have, like, somebody backstab another guild in a Node War or Siege, and now they're like, well, these motherfuckers, we're not gonna let them grind now, right? So now they start battling it out open world. for, you know, what happened in Node War and Siege. But Drama Open World feeds into Node War and Siege, and Drama and Siege feeds into Open World. But the problem is you can't have Open World come back until they fix the difference between PvE and PvP setups. Even if tomorrow, if they brought back one-sided decks and all of the shit that people claim, you know, that needs to come back, even if they did that, if they don't address the problem of you not being able to defend yourself while you're in your PvE setup, or not being able to grind while you're in your PvP setup, people still will just swap. They have no interest, right? People want to be able to defend themselves while they're grinding, and they don't want to have to stop their grind while defending themselves. You know? I liked back in the day when somebody came to attack me, I could kill them and then keep doing the rotation, and they have to run back from the node and try again. And then, you know, it slows down my grind a little bit. But now, like, if somebody attacks me, if somebody comes and attacks me down here, I have to swap to my PvP shit. And if I swap to my PvP shit, well, I can't grind. Now I just gotta sit there, twiddling my thumbs, waiting for them to click the respawn button, while I do nothing. So, until they address that issue, open world PvP won't come back, even if they brought back one-sided decks. Not saying that it wouldn't help it a little bit bringing back one-sided decks, but it wouldn't bring it back even remotely close to what it felt like before. They need to just get rid of monster damage and just start balancing this game around AP again. All the grind spots around just normal AP. If they make it so you have a PvE and a PvP setup equipped at the same time, it just introduces new problems. You know what happens? Is people go to Arsha, and in their PvP setup, they just have full fucking 6 DR Skittles, so they can't be killed by players. While their PvE setup, and then they just continue to grind while you're trying to hit them. Now, it's still better than what we have, don't get me wrong, right? Because you would still just, you know, if somebody's refusing to fight you and they have full DP crystals in their PvP setup, then you just try to spam CC them and let the mobs kill them. But once again, that's not PvP either, right? That's just a new problem you've introduced, which is definitely less than what we have now, but I think the real solution is just to get rid of monster damage, have this game balanced around just normal AP again. I'd go back to living on our show if I could just always be ready to defend myself while grinding again. But I just can't be bothered with this hit and run bullshit that people do, right? They'll attack you in their PvP setup while you're in PvE, and then like when you go to swap, they'll just leave. And even if they do stick around, it's still just like super annoying, right? Even if you do hit them with a message and say, hey, I'm ready to fight, while you're waiting for them to run back from node, assuming you're winning, right? You can't even grind while you're waiting. You're just standing around twiddling your thumbs. And I think that's also part of the problem why so many people are so actively against open world PvP these days too, right? Is Hurlbus changed the mentality a lot around open world PvP as well, with how cumbersome they've made it feel. Of course people are going to hate open world PvP. If they're naturally people who aren't crazy about open world PvP and you make this system feel so fucking shitty as it currently does, of course they're going to hate it more, right? There's a lot of people, though, if they ever do address that issue and let us be ready for PvP while grinding, there's a lot of people who are going to lose their whole BDO identity. See, and that's where you and I differ, Mr. Big Spanish, is you're not wrong in that first bit. Like, I personally don't mind PvE, but I get it, right? I get why people are like, fuck this shit, I gotta do this shit, I don't want to do this shit. I feel like having PvP mixed in there actually makes it more exciting. It adds more excitement to the grind, where you got to be paying attention to your mini-map. You never know who's going to show up. You never know who's going to flag up. You see a white dot show up. You're kind of paying attention in their general direction. As soon as you see them hit Alt-C, you see the little thing pop beside your name, and you're like, oh, hell yeah, we about to pop off. Yeah, what do you think is the cause for that? Do you think it's like Korean MMOs trying to appeal to a more Western audience? I did not try to, no. It's crazy that, yeah, like so many of these Korean MMOs come out a lot more PvP focused off rip, but eventually change. I'm assuming you mean don't put in the effort, Bearleg. You said, yes, that would make sense if the progress would pay off, but not when PA gives free shit to those that put in the same effort. I think you meant don't put in the same effort. I think there's a fine line, right? I don't think you want PvP to be exclusively gear-driven and gear-driven alone. I think you want a nice cross-section, right? Where skill is a factor, gear is a factor, and if you have no gear, you obviously won't be able to compete. If you have no skill, you won't be able to compete. But there's like a cross-section, right? Where, you know, if you have a reasonable amount of gear and a reasonable amount of skill, you can beat those people with a fuckload of gear and no skill, right? And I think that's a tough line to balance on. Yeah. I don't think canon was the only reason, but I think anybody who's trying to say that canon had zero impact on it are also being equally naive, right? The people who are saying it was only canon, the people who are saying canon had no influence, both equally naive. Obviously canon had some influence over it, right? There was also a lot going on at that same time as well. I don't think Asmon was playing at that same time, no. Asmon's kind of come and gone in BDO at random times. I don't think it was really correlated to like, because like the reason why Cannon originally came to BDO or came back to BDO at that time was because of the Throne and Liberty shit, right? Or Lost Ark shit, sorry. Oh, well, that's what I was saying earlier, Blade, right? Is like, that's kind of how this whole conversation popped off. Is somebody was like, they need to appeal to both of their fan bases, the PvP and the PvEers. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, at face value, that sounds good. But you're also operating on the assumption that those player bases are equal representation of the game, which they're not, right? The PvEers vastly outnumber the PvPers, so... You know, if they did do a 50-50 focus on PvP and PvE, it would actually be, unfortunately, a net negative to their income. Most people don't play an MMO for PvP. Most people will go play Counter-Strike or like a FPS game or a fighter game or something like that, right? Most people who play MMOs are interested in just PvE. They want a world where they could go on an adventure and try to make their own adventure out of it. So I think like if you have an MMO, it's always going to be more PvE focused because that's just the type of gamer that is interested in an MMO. No karma and 395 AP spots. I do agree that higher gear spots should be more cutthroat, right? You obviously don't want an environment where people can just go around and bully new players who start the game. But I personally think Adonia should have been full PvP. I mean, once you're eligible for Adonia, you're pretty geared. I think that was more of an issue when loot scrolls were hard to come by. But you can pause your loot scroll now, and loot scrolls, like, I grind fucking 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, and my loot scroll pile continuously increases. So I don't think the buffs are an issue anymore. What's the point of PvE and grind if it's not to play PvP? See, and that's a perfectly reasonable, if your focus is PvP, that's a perfectly reasonable question, right? Like, why would I grind my gear just to not do anything with it, right? It almost makes it like the gear feels like there's a purpose. But the reality is, like, there's a lot of people where this is like fucking virtual Barbies for them, right? They're not looking at fighting. The purpose of building up their gear is to actually just see the pixels get better, right? They're playing dress up with their character. And I'm not trying to imply like that's the wrong way to play. Everybody has to have their own goals, right? But some people, they just like seeing, hey, how far can I progress my character? That is their goal. It's like, maybe here's a better analogy. Think about people who will buy like a limited edition action figure and keep it on in a box and put it on their shelf. It's kind of the same deal. Some people would ask, well, why are you going to buy an action figure if you're not going to take it out of the box and play with it, right? Whereas some people, they just want to actually buy that shit, keep it in the box, put it on their shelf, and collect it, right? Which MMO is the best PvP system? I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of different MMOs that, you know, they might have like some systems in their game that feel great PvP wise, and some systems that feel like shit. I mean, if there was a perfect PvP MMO, then everybody who enjoys PvP would be playing that, right? I think BDO's Arena of Solare is coming along, right? It's slowly getting better over time. BDO obviously has some of the best feeling combat. It's like the closest we have in the genre of a game that feels like a fighter and an MMO hybrid, right? I feel like PvP is a major factor for a long-term game. If you play only for PvE, you're not going to be around for a long time. I don't think that's true. There's a lot of people who only PvE and they stick around for fucking ever. I think there's an even distribution for both of those. I think maybe one of the primary differences is PvP can motivate you to grind harder, right? Because you're trying to effectively, you have an arms race with your enemies, right? You're trying to improve your gear and become stronger faster than they are, because you don't want them to reach the point where even if they're shit, they're still beating you because they have the gear, right? So like the PvP thing will motivate you to grind harder, but I don't think it affects your long-term impact. Not impact, long-term desire to play the game. I think if that were true by nature, we would have more PvPers playing this game today than we would PvEers, right? Because you'd have better PvP retention back in the day when this game was more PvP focused. Maybe one of the most PvP focused MMOs that were out there. I think people have a skewed perspective on how many PvPers play this game, because PvPers by nature are more confrontational and louder, right? You kind of have to be more confrontational and louder just as a person who does enjoy confronting other players and fighting them, right? By nature, you're just going to be a louder person, where PvEers in general, on average, obviously there's exceptions, but on average will be more passive. And because of that, because the PvPers are louder, it makes it feel like they represent a larger portion of the community than they actually do. But for example, if you go to like whenever they have any world boss event going on, you go to any world boss in the game, and it's just littered with tons of people. And how many of them do you actually recognize as PvPers, right? A very, very, very small percentage of them. And you realize that I wouldn't be surprised if the PvPers are outnumbered at least 20 to 1, if not even more. And you got to remember, Pearl Abyss is going to treat this game like a business, right? They're going to do what they feel caters to the larger audience. Yeah, by larger audience, I mean because they're just so chonky. If it were only gear orientated, then we wouldn't also see this reflected in gear cap situations. There's so many different gear cap situations where you could be practically fresh out of seasons and meet the requirements, and still there's such a small community doing those things. I think you could actually make an argument that the more you cap things, the less PvPers you have in the game. If you map out any significant PvP changes they've ever made to the game, whether it's adding cap node wars, adding cap sieges, adding AOS, adding Guild League, it doesn't matter what PvP oriented changes they've done, they've never caused an increase in the game's population. Not once. Not at least a meaningful one that's lasted longer than like a week. Sometimes maybe there's a tiny little blip where people are like, huh? Let's see what they did. But you can take a look at an enormous amount of changes that have happened to the game, PvE-wise, that will come accompanied with a significant increase in the game's population. I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, take a look at how many times we've seen that. Take a look at Blade Boats was the perfect example of exactly what you're saying, where he kept saying, "I'm just gonna wait till I'm more geared, and then I'm gonna PvP, more geared PvP, more geared PvP." That man ended up not PvPing once in his fucking. I mean, obviously he got attacked here and there, but he never focused on PvP once in his whole video career, because he was always just trying to chase that next upgrade before he would start PvPing, right? Obviously there were some situations that were thrust upon him that he had no choice but to interact with, but he never made PvP a focus, despite the fact saying that one day, right, he's just working on his gears so he could be more PvP focused, working on his gears so he could be more PvP focused. And he's not the only person. We've seen this with tons of people in the game, right? There will always be something to chase in BDO. They did a handful of node wars, but I think every now and then he would be like, okay, I think I'm ready. Let's do this. And then he'd bring Exceptional Legion to a node war, and Exceptional Legion would just get farmed, and he'd be sitting there on respawn 99% of his stream. and then he'd go back to the grind mode. Like, oh no, I'm not ready yet. I need to grind more. If they ever won a region, they were handed it. I don't remember that ever being the case though, but if they were, I mean, guilds get handed shit all the time, just for memes too, right? You might have a guild who is, like back in the day, this was part of the political drama too, right? Is you'd have a guild who would maybe be beefing with another guild, and it was kind of like, well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And since they're enemies, I'm going to help their other enemy, who is now my friend, succeed. So we're going to hand them the region for the memes. Right? We've seen shit like that happen all the time. Like, take a look at the Average Joes, right? The little season guild that Joe Never Fails made. They tried to drop 1 week on Media and got absolutely fucking farmed. And then the next week, Black Rose decided, hey, we're going to drop there, and we're going to hand off the guild to the Average Joes for the memes. So, you know, could that have happened with Exceptional Legion? Sure, absolutely. Did it? I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's been quite a long time. If I'm not mistaken, they were part of an alliance with, for a short period of time, what were those guilds? Hexus? Exceptional Legion? There was like a 4 or 5 guild alliance, so maybe at one point, because they were part of that alliance, they got it handed to them. But in no way, shape, or form were they like a meaningful contributor to that alliance, right? FBI, open up! Banana's the Siege Guild, we've had a castle, yeah. I think I need some more bird meat. Oh my god. One of these days, I just need to fucking sit on the tool and make like fucking 100,000 grilled bird meat. So I don't have to worry about it for a long time. Do you think there should be a system that auto-prevents? No, I think that's anti-competitive. I think doing things like that addresses the symptom, not the problem. And I think Pearl Abyss has already shown that they're notoriously bad at trying to address symptoms instead of the problem. I don't think there's anything inherently bad with guilds sitting on castles. I think the problem is there's a... Why is there such a guild strength difference between guilds, right? Well, you have a combination of different factors. You have the alliance system, which is a perfect example of them trying to address the symptom and not the problem, right? Where they decided to say, hey, we have these guilds sitting on a castle, they're full of strong members, and we want to make sure, we want to create an environment where guilds can band together to deal with these other stronger guilds, right? And what ended up happening was, well, yeah, sure, you can now have an alliance of 150 people, but what's to stop these guilds from also having an alliance? So what ended up happening now is you opened up 50 more slots to the stronger guilds, where instead of it making the medium guilds able to band together and take on the stronger guilds, well, the stronger guilds had 50 slots open up, where strong members from all these medium guilds all moved to the stronger guilds because there was a lack of guild loyalty. There's just not a lot of reason to stay in guilds, right? In most guilds, people just feel like a number in the guild. There's like nothing, like most people are not interacting with their guilds at all, right? They log in, maybe they type 1 or 2 things in guild chat, but most of the time they just feel like a number in the guild. So if you're gonna just be a number in a guild, why not be a number in a strong guild with perks? What they need to do is they need to shrink the size of guilds and create more incentive for guild loyalty. So guilds can actually grow stronger instead of being used as a skipping stone, right? Or, yeah, like just a stepping stone, sorry. A stepping stone into better guilds. What's the root problem at Pearl Abyss? I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a problem. I mean, Black Desert is one of the most successful MMOs of all time. Is it like WoW level? No, obviously not. But if you actually compare it to like all the other MMOs that have existed, there's a whole graveyard of MMOs that would love to have been half as successful as Black Desert has been. Now, so like they're obviously doing something right. I think what people fail to realize is like, depending on what region you play on, you're going to be more attuned. Definitely not a lack of devs. That's crazy. We get more updates than any other fucking MMO in the space. It's crazy that every single week on Global Lab, we're excited to see what is popping off. So many MMOs, they don't get shit. They don't get quality of life or little class balancing of shit. Maybe once a month. Maybe once every 3 months. We get an unprecedented amount of development compared to other games. I think what people fail to realize about BDO is it's a global game, right? And issues on one region aren't necessarily the same issues on another region. And Pearl Abyss is trying to deal with an overwhelming amount of feedback from a global community of people who have different issues depending on the community they're coming from. So they're just being overloaded with so much feedback. And I don't know, if I were to maybe pin down one thing, I would say that maybe Pearl Abyss is trying too hard to please everybody. And in the process, you know, sometimes feels like they're pleasing nobody. I feel like I want them to have a lane. And I don't know. I don't want them to become too hard stuck in like one idea, like their way or the highway either, right? I beg to differ. The amount of bugs in the game keeps them ticking and offering quality life for their shit that didn't. Well, that's a symptom. Once again, that's a symptom of the fact that we do get so many changes, right? Obviously, you're not going to have a lot of bugs in your game if your game's barely ever having updates. But because we get updates so frequently, obviously that's going to be coming accompanied with more bugs. I think that actually that makes the point. It doesn't disprove the point. Would we prefer there to be less bugs? Absolutely. Do you think our patches would feel better if it's every 2 weeks instead of every week? No. Because what would happen is it would end up being just twice as many changes in 2 weeks instead of you know, half as many in 1 week. I don't want them to slow down on it. This is one of the things that makes me excited about BDO. That's one of the things that I absolutely love about BDO. They don't have Q&A. We are their Q&A. Definitely feels. I would agree with that. But I think once again that's also a symptom of how rapidly they do updates, which is completely counter to your point, right? If you're pumping out updates between it going to Global Lab and then coming to us within a 2 week cycle, right? 1 week for them to get it to Global Lab and then the next week for them to get it to us. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot of time to do quality assurance, right? Especially when they're changing so much. So unfortunately, once again, right, that's something we have to deal with as a consequence of how rapidly the game's changing. But once again, like, you're making the case against your original statement, not for it, right? If things are rapidly changing, yeah, it's going to be harder to make sure that they get completely flushed out and are free of bugs. And it's going to be harder to do quality control. I mean, obviously, yeah, I mean, it was a little disingenuous for me to say that it's like 1 week for them to work on it and then it goes to Global Lab and then 1 week for it to hit live servers. Obviously, there's things that they work on for many, many, many weeks before it hits global. But even still, I wish there was more incentive for players to go on Global Lab and test new systems, so we can have more, or sorry, less bugs when it hits live. Like, wouldn't it be cool if they had something on Global Lab where every week, if you go on there and you spend an hour on there, they'll send you like 2 billion silver in the mail to compensate you for your time, or a few billion silver in the mail. And if you report a bug on Global Lab that gets fixed, they'll like send you pearls. Like, that'd be fucking sick. That would dramatically help with quality control. Is Global Lab still only KR? It hasn't been only KR, but they don't translate everything all the time. So you'll have like a mixture of Korean text and English text. And that's something you definitely can't defend. It's kind of crazy that they can't even, like, even at the bare minimum, why can't they just have a guy go to fucking Google Translate and copy and paste into the English word and let that shit rip on Global Lab? I would rather have that than trying to do that myself, you know? $6 an hour? Yo. That's fucking cheap. $6 an hour, that's like... $1/6 of a penny US? Isn't it like 1,000 won per US dollar? That's fucking crazy. Not trying to fight through... Yeah, and, right? That is definitely a problem in terms of Global Lab participation, right? Why would you want to go in there and have to deal with like that frustrating shit? That just adds friction and makes people not want to do it. Is it 1,500? Oh shit, even more. I thought it was 1,000. It's PvP, player versus dev. Shit, maybe that's where the real PvP has been this whole time, you guys. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if they... If you could link your Global Lab account to your main account. I mean, I guess you basically log in with the same information anyways, right? And if you spend 1 hour on Global Lab every week, they'll send you like an hour worth of grinding, worth of silver, like 5 bill, just to incentivize you going on there and doing it, even though you're not really progressing your main account, right? But yeah, if you find a bug, 1,000 crowns, even 1,000 crowns would be nice. But imagine if you find a bug, right, and you report it, and they fix it as a result of your report. They then send you like 10,000 pearls as a thank you. You'd have tons of people going on there trying to find bugs and reporting it to them. And the thing is right, is that doesn't cost them a dime. Because those pearls, right, those pearls, like, that's just a virtual currency. They just make that shit appear out of thin air. Yeah, the devs would still be doing their thing, but the Q&A team, which feels non-existent, they'd lose their jobs. I mean, they wouldn't lose their jobs, just their job would shift, right? Is instead of them, the Q&A team having to go on and try to find stuff themselves with the limited team they have, they would then be the quality control for the reports from the player base, right? They would go through and validate the claims that, hey, this person reported this bug, let's go and investigate it. And that would be their new job, would be investigating what the player base finds and then forwarding the real bugs to the actual team and having the actual dev team then fix it, right? I feel like it would make their jobs certainly easier and make it more efficient. How many bugs are there in the game that you would need a system like this? I mean, as long as there's ever any bugs that hit the game, I think, you know, shows that there's a need for it. I mean, if you can just have a completely outsourced free labor to help do quality control, because that's effectively what it would be, right? Since you're just making a virtual currency to pay them. If that eliminates any bugs, that's good. That's a good thing. There have been a lot of systems in BDO that have come and gone that I am interested how many of those systems, even though it feels like they're gone, their code's still sitting there in the game. Like, all the ways of interacting with it have been disabled, but it's still just fucking chilling there. I can't imagine the answer is 0. That there's none of those old systems still lingering around. Yeah, exactly, right, Kyle? All in all, though, like as much as it is, like I think it's fair to be critical of Pearl Abyss and be critical of anything, but I think it's also important to recognize that, like, once again, this is one of the most. If you were to make a list of the top 10 most successful MMOs, Black Desert is on that list, and that is a giant list of MMOs that have come out over the last 25 years. Just 1 second, my phone's ringing. Yo, I'm back. What do you think is going to be announced at the ball? And what would you like to see the most? Oh, well, I'd like to see... Wait, what happened to our music? Why don't I hear it? It says it's playing. How long has it stopped? No, it's on my phone for some fucking reason. How the fuck did it do that? Why can't I see my PC? There we go. That was weird. It was actually playing on my PC. I turned the volume down with my phone. Okay, so what was I saying? I'd like to see less time-gated content. I'd like to see more meaningful, uncapped content. I'd like to see them fix this fucking DR bullshit we've been dealing with forever. I would like to see more content, like a new region, more progression. There's more things to do. I'd like to see, for new players, I'd like to see them reduce the amount of pities for Tet Fallen God, or for Fallen God in general, but also maybe give away a Tet Fallen God this ball. I don't know. Chat, I got a question for you guys, okay? If you had to choose between going back to larger imbalances in PvE, but they removed the AP caps, what would you rather have? Would you rather it be like, because like right now, PvE is the most balanced it's ever been in terms of how fast classes can grind, right? Would you rather go back to how it was? Or would you rather it stay as balanced as it is now? What would you prefer? Go back, go back, go back, go back. Stay. Go back, but you can't balance PvE. There's too many differences between classes. You can't do it. That's why they went this path. They tried for years and years and years and years and years. The reality is, there's two ways to balance PvE. One, you do it at the class level. But the only way you could do it at the class level is by homogenizing all the classes, right? By making every single class have the same amount of mobility, the same damage, the same AoE size, the same cooldowns, and you lose all class identity. That's how you do it one way, but the game becomes clearly very boring if every class is just a reskinned version of each other in the name of PvE balance. Or two, you do it at the monster side, right? If you do it on the monster side, you can let all the classes keep their identity, but now, right, there's limits on how fast you can kill the mobs or how fast they respawn. Those are the only two ways you do it. And I think we're right now we're in the latter, and I think everybody can agree we don't want every class to just become a reskinned version of each other. Okay, sure, but the 5% is way too little. I don't think there should be a cap at all, to be honest. I think there should be caps to stop Giga geared people from going and just holding LMB on the back of a horse and sweeping up grind spots like a vacuum, right? I think that's good. But I personally, I don't mind that some classes are significantly better grinder than others. What I would like to see is your grind speed be relative to the risk and effort your class requires, right? Because take a look at what has happened right now with these caps. Everybody said, well, why would I play a class that requires me to play at 100 APM when I could go just sit on an Awaken Witch, right? And now, how many people do we have grinding on fucking Awaken Witch? Like, you go through almost every stream because they just want to fucking chill, right? They're like, why? If I'm not going to get rewarded for extra effort, I'm just going to go to a class that's chill, right? So no matter what, people are stuck playing something they don't really want to play, right? Either before they would play something they didn't want to play because it was the better grinder. Now they're stuck playing something they don't want to play because it's the easier grinder. But either way, they're not playing what they want to play. But at least in the former system, you felt like you had agency over your grind. You could say, okay, my class isn't a great grinder, but I can overgear the spot, go back to a little bit of an earlier spot, and get my class to the point where I one-shot the mobs, and now it feels comfy. And it felt kind of nice because you felt like you had more control over your character's grind speed. Now it's just like hit the cap and then put that shit on cruise control, right? But yeah, I would like to see PvE balance. I don't think all classes should grind the exact same speed. I think it should be relative to the amount of effort and risk your class has. If you're a squishy class and have a high risk of dying, you should be a faster grinder. If you are a class that requires high APM, you should be a faster grinder. If you're a class that has no risk of grinding and you're pressing 6 buttons every fucking minute, then you should grind slower. Your luxury is being comfy, right? And when I say you should grind slower, I'm not talking about 50% slower, right? I don't think like back in when Mystic was the #1 class and it was grinding like twice as fast as everyone else. That's obviously a problem. The balance needs to be within reason. But if you end up having a class like when Awakened Nova was busted, it was grinding like maybe 20% faster than everyone else, but it required so much effort that not everybody did it, right? It took a very select person to do it. I think having like a 20% difference between the top and bottom, I think is perfectly acceptable. Oh yeah, there are some people who do like one-shot spots and having lots of mobility. There are people who like tower spots and like chilling in one spot. They don't want to move a whole lot. You have some people who like a mixture of both, where it's like a rotation. But you spend a little time comboing the mobs. I think variety is one of the most important things to have with grind spots. And I think a perfect example of how good variety is take a look at like Zephyros Underwater and Star's End right now. 3 different grind spots that are all pretty damn close to each other in terms of profits. And you get to just decide which one you want to grind that day, which one you prefer. Yo, excuse me. Yeah, I think there's I don't know, I like feeling like I have a lot more agency over my grind and my progression. That my grind feels more meaningful. Why do I hear myself all of a sudden? Oh, that's why. Yo, what is up? Oh, excuse me. Thank you for the raid. Just fucking sneeze. Gonna be sneeze some more. I feel it already. I was just asking, maybe now that we have more people popping in, I was just asking, actually, maybe I'll set up a poll, because I am curious if as many people can participate in this as possible. Right now, I would argue, and I think most people would agree, that the PvE speed, the amount of trash you can get per hour, is the smallest it's been. Like, the difference between the best classes and the worst classes is the closest it's ever been in the history of BDO. But that's obviously a consequence of these 5% AP caps that are basically putting a speed limit on the crazy fast classes, right? So my question is, and I'm going to set up a poll for it, would you rather go back, would you rather keep these 5% caps, or would you rather go back to an environment where the gap is a bit wider, but you feel like you have more control over how fast you grind through gear? Having gear mean more in PvE. So I'm going to set up a poll, 1 second. Do you prefer... I gotta make sure I do this in short enough words, because I know there's a character limit. Oh, fuck. Stay 5% PvE caps or go back to larger PvE gap with I'm limited on characters, so there we go. I'm curious how you guys feel. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just trying to gauge like what most people feel. If they like the 5% caps, or if they would rather go back to having gear feel more meaningful in PvE. But because of that, you know, the grind speed difference between the best and worst classes gets larger again. Cheval, Fella, they are both good grind spots. Just figure out which one of the two you like the most, man. Have a sense of adventure. Get out there, grind a couple hours at Star's End, or a couple hours at Underwater, or a couple hours at Zephyros, and just figure out which one you like more. Well, that's what I was saying before I got the raid from Biseptimus, was like, I personally would rather go back to less aggressive caps, right? There have always been caps, but they were significantly less aggressive. But, like, I want your grind speed to be relative to how difficult and how much risk your grind comes with, right? There's some classes that are squishy, have a high risk of dying. There's some classes that are super high APM. You gotta feel like you gotta put a line of fairy dust up your nose just to do an hour grind. I'm perfectly fine with those classes being faster grinders. I think it becomes more of an issue when classes that require you to press 3 buttons every 10 seconds are grinding faster than everyone else, especially if they have no chance of dying. Like, for example, when Awakened Guardian first came out, right? It was grinding faster than everyone else, no risk of dying, no effort involved. Like, that was kind of annoying. Even though I was an abuser of it, it was annoying, right? Where when a class like Awakened Nova was the best grinder in the game, right? Almost nobody grinded on it because it required a high degree of effort. Even though there was low risk, because it is a tanky class, it required so much effort. I'm just curious, and like I said, there's no right or wrong answer, right? How you guys feel about these two systems, how it was and how it is now, is obviously subjective. I'm just curious, like, which way everybody leans in general. One thing that I think is important to understand too is when they did the giant sweeping PvE changes, in order to accomplish these really tight ranges of I can't grind this spot, I can grind this spot, now I need to move to the next spot, they did that by pumping up the DR on a ton of these monsters. So if you were to actually go from a 5% cap to a 15% cap, that would actually be a massive difference if all of a sudden 3 times more of your AP beyond the cap was now effective. Because you got to remember, every AP point beyond the cap now would be worth 3 times more than it is now. I've never changed classes because one grinds faster and different to me. Because, yeah, another thing I said before I got the raid from Biseptimus is, back in the day, right, with the old, like, you know, we'll say lack of AP caps, even though there still was caps, is people felt obligated to grind on whatever the fastest classes were. But now, right, now take a look. Like, people are still not grinding on what they prefer to grind. Instead of them chasing what the best grinder is, they're chasing what the comfiest grinder is. Take a look at how many people just grind on, like, Awakened Witch. They're not playing their main, right? Now they're playing Awakened Witch. So it's not like it's really fixed the problem, right? People are still playing something they would, you know, which isn't their main. Now you just chase what you think is the comfiest. For the people who feel obligated to chase. Yeah, but one of the problems though with that though, Potato, right, is it's eliminated a third option, which was, in the past, you could take your class, which maybe wasn't the comfiest grinder or the fastest grinder, but maybe had a unique toolkit available to it, that if you overstacked gear, right, you could go to a spot that you did enjoy on the class you loved and made good money, because all of a sudden you're at like this sweet spot of gear where now you're one-shotting the mobs there. Now you just don't have that option at all. No, Grimkill doesn't do that. Grimkill does go to one-shot spots, but he goes there for other reasons. It's not within the same capacity as I'm describing. Grimkill is also a chronic, I want to say reroller, but like account reroller. So he's always doing what's best for gearing up a fresh account. And then he'll stay on that. Once he finally gets gear on that account, he gets bored. He'll quit the game for a bit, and then he'll start the cycle over again. Another thing is we lost all the sense of progression. I do not feel stronger when I go back to older spots. Now I'm stuck with the 2 to 3 spots that your AP's at. Instead of caps or raids, I could go to maybe my favorites or min-max or keep things fun, right? And that's what I'm talking about, is that flexibility to try to min-max an old spot, knowing that, hey, this spot isn't optimal, but you know what? I pushed my gear enough that I can make it, it's a spot I really enjoy, and I can make it decent, right? We can't go back to old spots where certain loot drop. See, and I disagree with that. I fucking love that. I miss the days, because that's the problem, and that's part of the reason why we're just in a, it feels like a cron rat race, right? Back in the day, even though like a grind spot like Crescents, if you calculated how much silver per hour it was, it looked like it was down bad, or Ash Forest, it looked like it was down bad. But that's because there was a lot of hidden value in the items that only dropped at those spots. Like Debos, for example. I think Ash Forest is probably an even better example, back when there was only Debos and there was no Karazad, right? You could go there and it felt like you were only grinding like $1 bill an hour when people at other spots were making $2-3 bill an hour. But just because you're not able to generate that silver there, that doesn't mean that value's not there, because that was the only place to get Debos. So now, Debos had a significantly higher value, right? Even though you could only sell them for 3 bill, you were dumb to do it, right? You would actually take it, you would enhance them up, and you would get that value through the commodities that you get there. But now everything has been pushed so much to just silver per hour that, you know, now it just feels like, you know, they might as well just make it crons per hour. I personally liked when you went to a spot and you saw, okay, that person's grinding Debos, they must be working on their Debos. That person's at Crescents, they're trying to get their Crescent rings, right? Because you had to go out and grind the bases yourself because, you know, the market wasn't being flooded by events and rips. If those spots drop the items dropped correctly, yes. I don't understand what you're saying. You're trying to grind? No, I feel you. I feel you. Purpose bigger than raw silver is all it, right? And I think that's what I'm trying to get at here is, like, when you go to a spot and it feels like there's a purpose other than just silver, it feels like you have more reason to go to a variety of spots. Where when it's just pure silver is your main catalyst because you just got to go to the blacksmith after you're done your grind and buy crons. Well, at that point, you just chase whatever the best money is. I think purpose is a good way to keep old spots viable. For example, if they stopped adding essences to more and more spots, Darkseekers could actually stay a viable spot that would keep up with everything else, right? Because what would happen is, if you could only get essences in Ulakita, then people would go there to satisfy that demand. If people weren't going there, the supply would get choked out, prices would go up to the point where all of a sudden it becomes tempting. You would have a whole group of people who love the Ulakita spots that would be solely trying to service the fail stack market. Same thing. I mean, it's kind of the same thing with me and Underwater back in the day, right? If you were willing to put in the effort to grind out, get the Cedar Sap and grind out the Abyssal Essences and come all the way to Underwater, I was actually making, you know, competitive money at Underwater with all the best grind spots at the time. Because frenzies were so high, a lot of people didn't want to do that extra effort, right? So it created a market for me to grind a spot that I really enjoyed and still make competitive money. I think the main time that system breaks down is when the cap on the max price for those items isn't set high enough. I think they definitely could have done a better job with that. When you have something where there's 10,000 orders at max price, there's clearly now obviously that item is worth a lot more than the market will allow you to sell it for, right? But it doesn't give any incentive to go back to those old spots. I think in cases like that, they should have increased the cap. I think the marketplace caps are good though, right? You obviously don't want to create a completely open environment where hyper rich people can manipulate the market to try to make money. You think they tried that with BMCs and Adonia and they were just forever on pre-order? Well, they overcorrected, right, Cephas? They went from an environment where everybody was grinding Tungrad and there was almost nothing to use your BMCs on. So the BMCs just hit min price. And then they did a patch where all the new grind spots never gave any BMCs. And at the same time, they added Lightstones, which required a fuckload of BMCs. So you massively spiked demand, massively killed supply, and it completely went in the other direction, right? I think Sakraya, Star's End and stuff is finally the point where they actually got it right, where there's actual reasonable amount of supply, and they didn't like completely fuck up the demand part of it at the exact same time. Because now your BMCs are fluctuating a little bit. They're not sitting at min, they're not sitting at max. The market's actually deciding where what their value is. They can already do that just, well, within a different capacity, though, Milhito, right? Than what I was saying. You're right. You can take advantage of events that flood markets and invest in them and then cash out. But what I'm referring to is economies where it's completely open, that there is no event, but super rich people can say, hey, this market, it has something everybody needs. I'm going to clear it completely out and force everybody to pay me more to get it, right? And caps will help protect against that kind of abuse. But yeah, there's definitely opportunities to take advantage of events, and I think that's fine. Maybe a better way to say it would be like, there's a difference between taking advantage of an event versus taking advantage of the community. Well, maybe not. Or taking advantage of the event versus realistically, how many whales are there out there? Well, it depends on the type of whale you're talking about, right? There's time whales like myself, like Biseptimus, like Choice, like Byrog. People who, you know, we don't spend a lot of money on the game, but we have a lot of fucking time, right? Right? I have lots of silver. If it was a completely open market, there would 100% be situations where I could just clear it out and force people to pay an inflated price, make a profit. You end up getting stuck with usually a little bit of supply, but you can actually keep the market choked out. You can create an artificial reduction in supply. For example, if you can buy everything out for 1,000,000 silver a pop, and you can do that for long enough to drive up the prices 3 times higher than they currently are, and then sell half your supply, sure, you're still left with the other half of the supply, but you're still up in silver, right? Sometimes, you know, you could do that and break even silver-wise, but now you ended up just hoarding a bunch of commodities that now you could potentially use in the future too, right? That's why I think, like, having market caps in BDO is good, but it's very clear that there's a lot of times where they set the caps too low. Or sometimes they set the min price too high, right? That happened with Sharps back in the guy with 2 goblins with no, you're talking about Blade. No, that was, once again, different. That was taking advantage of an event, right? That was the, that was actually because of Shadow Arena. Shadow Arena was pumping so much enhancement and mats into the market that, and somehow he knew, and I think he alluded to it in a video, like he went to the PA office and found out that they were going to be removing Shadow Arena. So when he got back, he bought out a ton of fucking Sharps before they removed Shadow Arena. And then that caused Sharps to skyrocket. I remember watching that video and I remember being like, this seems like super questionable. This is like fucking insider trading type shit. Oh. Just 1 second. I'm gonna go help my wife with something. She just got in the door. Oh yeah, chat. Sorry about that. My wife got home. I wanted to help her put the dishes away, and we got yapping about something. I appreciate you guys hanging out, though. What is playing? Why do I feel like I'm under the water right now? Aquarium fish tank bubbles. Are you guys fucking stupid? What are you guys listening to? Of course, it's fucking Dragor. Remember, you guys, if somebody else is queuing something you don't like, you can type vote skip, and if it gets 5 votes, it's gone. That was not me. Shut up. I scrolled up and I actually saw.
Hey man, little Jimmy from Velia here.
Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
it was
hey,
Kyle.
So we've gotten you a few millionaires
Maybe
already.
it was Kyle.
You're too big of a bum to toss some chicken or beer our way.
Yo, Dragor, I'm gonna send you something. Give me your opinion on it, okay? Actually, I don't even know if it's gonna let me send this to you. It's probably gonna be too big. Max file size 10 megabytes, please. Fuck you. Can you guys like vote skip this already? Thank you. Why can't I log in? You know what? I'm gonna just upload this to YouTube. 1 second. I wonder if I could do this on my phone. I've never tried to upload something on YouTube. Let's see. Oh, hit the plus button, maybe? Okay, video. Allow. Okay, next. Visibility. Private. Or maybe I'll just set it as unlisted. This is why we can't have good things, you guys. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's uploading. Okay, it's gonna take about 4 minutes. Can you scope to me? Yeah, Noodly. I'm on Valencia 1. So you guys had beans last night? I like how I step away for what? 5-10 minutes? And you guys just fucking go off the rails. Like, it is legit. Like a fucking grade 5 classroom. Where I walk away, the teacher leaves the classroom, and the class goes fucking nuts. You wouldn't want it any other way. I mean, I definitely don't want you guys to be too mature. Where's the fun in that? You're gone for an entire episode of Batman. The fuck are you sending me? I'll tell you in DMs. It's taking a while to upload. It's a picture of your mom. That's why it's taking so long to upload. Okay, I think it's almost done. Okay.
I think it's going through their process. It's weird. My phone says it's at 90%, but my PC says it's at 50%. Did learn to use AI, getting some spicy stuff. My AI career is over. I made 3 songs, and I realized that people only liked 2 of them because of the drama.
The third one I made, not quite as much of a hit. So it turns out I just got to do drama pieces. Bro wouldn't cut it music? I know, right? Fucking 3 songs and I'm already out.
You know what it is, Dragor? It's because the last one, I put like 10 times more effort than the other ones. The other ones, I don't know, maybe they just came easy because I just had more content. I wasn't trying to like force it, right? There was lots of material to work with. For the one where I just tried to like create like a feels good song, required a lot more effort.
Maybe it's time to be a AI diss track artist, and I'll just start coming at different artists. I'll come at Joyner, I'll come at Eminem. Just fucking any of the hip hop guys. None of them will be safe. I'll hit them with the AI disses. The green Eminem? Yeah, that's right. That motherfucker's full of shit. Okay, is this done yet? No, it says 97%. Here, maybe since I'm right here, I'll DM you right now. Obviously, don't share this, Dragor. Oh, now it's processing. Approximately 7 minutes left. Never mind, it's gonna be a little bit longer. That Ella Langley song that has been #1 for months, they wrote in 30 minutes. If it weren't for the wind, that fucking song, I love that song. Oh, Choosing Texas, that's a good song too. I feel like, not that I want to turn this into a political conversation, but I feel like my positions always stay the same, and depending on how far either extreme is pulling in their direction, shifts where I am in the middle. Not because I'm shifting, but because the middle shifts based on how far one side pulls to their extremes. So there will be times where I come off as more liberal. There will be times where I come off more conservative. It just kind of depends on how crazy one side is being at that time. You know you're a pee-pee lover. Oh, I was like, pee-pee, huh? And then I realized the Pierre Polyev initials. I do like Pierre Polyev. So you're a rational human being? Yeah. I mean, I think most people don't realize that they're closer to the center than they are to one side, and you don't have to be blindly affiliated with one or the other. And if your side tries to force you to agree with everything, otherwise they're just going to deem you as the other thing, then maybe that side isn't for you, you know? Kind of think about school, right? When you're a kid. If you have friends that try to tell you who you are and are not allowed to be friends with, then those people aren't your friends. That's how I feel like politics gets sometimes. People get crazy and you have to be with them. They get crazy fucking tribal. Wow. The song, it's not even finished uploading yet. Oh wait, what? Oh shit. I accidentally set the time for it to premiere tomorrow. Oops. Can I set this to fucking right now? What the hell? Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. Oh shit, I might need to cancel this. I accidentally set a schedule for it to go public, and I don't want this to go public. I think, actually. Just 1 second. I've never uploaded something with my phone before. Yeah, no, I had it set to unlisted, but I guess at some point I accidentally applied a schedule to it. And the schedule will make it go from unlisted to public. So once it finishes processing, I think I could probably go in the settings and stop that. But if not, then I'm just gonna delete it and re-upload it. Poopy trying to make it political. Living with the fishes, yeah. I got actual important things to worry about rather than join a political clique like a high schooler. Yeah. We all got so much shit going on in our lives. Yeah. Well, I'm happy I made you laugh. Keep it to yourself. Okay, let's see. I think it is done. Okay, it is unlisted. Okay, I think I got rid of the schedule too. I think I just had to finish. Okay, a man can't help himself. See it. See you later, fella. Okay, perfect. Oh no, there's still a schedule set, for fuck's sakes. Okay, let me click on this. Maybe from here. Visibility, audience. Oh, I clicked the wrong button here. We'll do... There. Time to think, that's what I meant. Just realized I clicked the wrong button. I have, for the record, Poopy, I have zero interest in combating the nonsense that you're saying right now, because all it will do is devolve into a political conversation, which I don't want to get into. You have your opinions, I have mine. I don't want to sit here and have to deal with your nonsense, despite the fact you being so eager to try to put yours out there. So take your 10-minute timeout, come back, we can talk about BDO and chill. But if you're incapable of doing that, well, take this as your opportunity to avoid having to get a ban and just go find somewhere else to hang out. You have 10 minutes to think about it. Okay, now how do I stop this schedule with this video I uploaded? Just discovered this cover and I'm in love. I think that one's been around for a while, hasn't it? Like, I see where I can set the schedule. But how the fuck do I I'm gonna have to Google this. How do I stop a scheduled YouTube video from going public? I'm gonna fucking have to ask Google. Visibility set to private in YouTube Studio, then go to Content tab. Click the visibility drop down. Okay, let's see. Your channel. No, Studio. Here we go. Okay. Content. Videos. I clicked that. Okay, 1 second. Content. Ah, okay. Yeah. So if I set it to private, then I think it gets rid of the schedule. Fuck it. I'm just gonna send it to you. I don't trust this anyways, but I'm not gonna keep this on here. I'm just gonna delete it right after. Anyways, tell me what you think, Dragor. I'm curious if that link will work too, because I do have it set to private. It might not let you. I might have to set it back to unlisted. Okay, I had a feeling. Okay, let's see. Unlisted. Okay, now try. And yeah, give me an unfiltered opinion. Don't sugarcoat it. I'm curious. You're good at opinions? No, you aren't. So just nostalgia, is there a reason you prefer Sakurai over Zephyros and other spots? Also the XP, it's better XP than those other spots, and it's good money. I mean, between those three spots, it's close enough to be considered equal. I mean, depending on what the market looks like at the time, you could probably make arguments for all three of them being better, depending on, you know, what's more valuable. But they're all close enough that I think you should just grind whichever one you enjoy the most. And yeah, there's a bit of nostalgia in there influencing it too. The thing is about this cover, Ronin, is I'm a huge sucker for the saxophone, so even though it's a banging song, I'll prefer the saxophone myself. Where did I just hear a ping from? I don't get it. What is this that you posted? Tasty. Oh, you just realized you lost a lot of weight. Yeah, he's been down a lot of weight for a while now. Some years. I think long before the whole Ozempic thing has been crazy too. Are you streaming at 120 FPS? No, only 60. You shouldn't stream at 120. You could just ask me in chat, Dukes. I don't mind sharing my settings on stream. But yeah, you definitely don't want to set it to 100 FPS, right? Because like now it's going to try to take the bitrate that you're streaming at and spread it over twice as many frames, and it will give worse quality overall. So your bitrate, how do I best describe this? Your bitrate for your stream is the primary determining factor for quality. With the resolution that you set and the Choice is an idiot when it comes to streaming. Don't listen to him. Your resolution that you set and your frame rate that you set is setting like the upper threshold of what it's going to use, the limited amount of bits you have available to try to maximize that quality. So the higher you set the resolution and the higher you set the frame rate, the more it has to try to stretch out those bits to either make up those extra frames or make up that extra resolution, right? Which then distorts the image. Me and Dukes had like identical settings and mine looks great and his looks like ass. Probably because you have an NVIDIA card and he has an AMD card and he keeps trying to get that AMD encoder to do something that it can't do. I tried to explain that to him, but he doesn't get it. And he's trying to make that card do something that it can't. What's the topic? Just talking about video compression. Dukes is trying to get better quality out of his stream. If he wants to get better quality, he's going to have to take a hit to his performance and stop using the AMD encoder. He's going to have to switch to X264 and have his CPU do it, but then he's going to take a hit to performance. Because streaming is pretty intense on your CPU. Honestly, you would have better luck buying a shitty, like, go find like a used RTX card, like even just a 20 series, put that in your PC and have that set to do the encoding. And then just have a dedicated card for encoding. Even the Intel chips, the Intel cards are actually pretty good at that. They actually have some that are good, pretty good at dedicated encoding and decoding. But AMD cards, they are so far behind when it comes to live encoding. By the way, Dragor, did that link work for you? I changed it from private to unlisted. It did? Oh, okay. It's set to 8K, which is the maximum you could stream, unless you have like sometimes for competitions and stuff, they'll let things stream at higher than 8K. I also have to stream at 8K since I'm or less because I'm multi-streaming to Kick. Even if Twitch did allow higher, Kick doesn't allow any higher, and Kick doesn't have the thing like if you set your bitrate to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, no matter what you try to set it to on Twitch, if you go higher than what you're allowed, it'll just automatically stream at your maximum allowed rate. But if you try to do that with Kick, it just won't let you stream. It'll look like your stream's live, and when people click on your stream will go live for a second, but it'll immediately kick to offline because they actually don't allow you to stream at a higher bit rate than what's allowed. But yeah, 8K is the max bit rate for both Twitch and Kick anyways, so it allows me to multi-stream at that. Unfortunately, YouTube then has to take a hit because YouTube has like fucking no limit. I could stream at such an insane quality for YouTube. Well, the AMD encoder is perfectly fine if you have an unlimited amount of time to encode the stream. But when you're live streaming, you don't. You're trying to get that shit out as quickly as possible, and AMD's, their encoder cannot keep up at the same rate the NVIDIA one, no matter what your settings are. If you're going to tell me that you have to add all of a sudden 3K bitrate to the stream, and then the AMD encoder is fine, it's like, yeah, well, duh, you're giving it more blocks to work with. Right, that's how I try to explain bitrate, right, is you have a limited amount of building blocks to make not only to fill out a whole image, but the amount of frames every second as well, right? So the more frames you have and the higher resolution you have, the more you're trying to get the encoder to do with the same amount of blocks, which means it has to make sacrifices. But some people, they'll see like a shitty quality stream, or they'll see their stream isn't the quality that they want, and they think that the solution is to just up their resolution because they are so attuned to, like, from a gaming perspective and just a video perspective, that higher resolution equals better quality, but that's not always the case in video. Your resolution setting determines what it's going to aim for, not what it's capable of. Bitrate is the ultimate determining factor. The stronger your encoder is, the better it can do with the same bitrate. Are you using an NVIDIA card or a dedicated encoder card? Well, you're thinking of a capture card. Capture cards are pretty garbage too. They're okay, but no, any RTX card, basically a card beyond the 20 series, the RTX cards are fantastic at doing encoding themselves, and it's completely unnecessary to do dual PC setups, aside from maybe extreme situations. But from like just a game live streaming perspective, there's no reason to be doing dual PC setups anymore. The 50 series, especially the 5092, not that it gets to use them all, but it has 3 encoding chips on it that all can handle, I think, like 16 different encodes each. One thing that I wish that Twitch would allow us to do is to stream at AV1, but also split encoding, where if you have multiple encoders on your chip, you can actually split your screen into multiple sections and have each encoder handle a specific section as well. But that functionality isn't available for Twitch. But yeah, the 5090 has 3 encoders on it. 3 really powerful encoding chips on it, that it would be cool if I could separate the section into thirds, the screen into thirds, and have each encoder go all in on each, especially with the AV1 encoder. You'd be able to squeeze such a good quality out of a lower bit rate. Just saw a screenshot of a completely brand new player with plus 15 Tuvalas, 7 tap pen fallen god gloves. What the fuck makes someone tap for that? They're probably told that the best use for their hammers these days is pen fallen god, right? Because that's technically where you're gonna get. You obviously have the lowest chance of a return, but in terms of the cost of each click, that's probably where your highest cost per click is, right? Where, like, Black Stars these days, the return is so small because they're so cheap. I mean, if they end up giving us a Pen Fallen God, or sorry, not Pen Fallen God, Tet Fallen God armor at the ball, I'm probably just going to pop all these hammers on it and just say, fuck it. If I get it, I get it. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, that's what I want. That's perfect. I'll bring that back up after. Don't worry about it. If you have an AMD card, try using these settings in the encoder settings. Constant bit rate, yeah, you have to do constant on Twitch. You used to be able to do a variable bit rate, but they don't allow that anymore. He's not a partner, so I don't know if he can stream at 7K. I'm not sure what's available for non-partners, non-affiliates. It'd be 6K. You're not a partner, you get 8K? Really? Are you an affiliate? Maybe affiliates can do 8K as well. Your workers just ran out of food? Right, we need to feed them. They've been out of food, they didn't just run out. You are now, but you weren't before, and you were streaming at 8K before? Interesting. Maybe Twitch changed it so everybody could just stream at 8K. It used to be that way, where you couldn't. What am I doing again? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Didn't I buy some? I did. I just forgot to fucking do anything with it. If you stream Neverbell, do you have a link to your stream for Dukes? Because maybe he can use it as a reference. Like if you're streaming at 1080p, 60 FPS in certain settings, right? Or you could go look at his stream. What you're typically best off doing, Dukes, is changing the canvas size. Don't scale the canvas, right? If you want to stream at 720p, set the canvas to 720p and then just adjust everything to the resolution. What if you do 30 FPS? Hey, that's fine too. Really depends on the type of content, right? Like you don't need a 60 FPS stream if you're streaming yourself playing fucking Hearthstone or whatever. Or if you're playing an FPS game, you typically want a higher frame rate stream. I'm gonna delete it now so it doesn't, for some reason, end up going public. More action. Delete forever. I understand. Bing. It's gone. But yeah, Dragor, I don't know if you're still in chat. I'm assuming you are. She's yeah, she loves singing, but her heart is more in dance. I feel like she's pretty good for 13 years old, but you know, obviously, like, and like when you're at the recital, you see all these other people singing, all these other kids singing. There are some that, you know what, they're trying, right? They're fucking trying. They're doing better than the people not trying. So, you know, I don't want to say that they are, you know. Anyways, I do have like other people in the same age range to compare against, and she feels like she's a lot better than most of them. I'd even say all of them, but part of me wonders, like, is that my own bias coming through, right? That's why I just wanted your opinion. And yeah, there's things that she's working on. Her earlier songs, she was playing real safe. She actually had some songs where she was, they definitely tried to push her this year with her singing. Yeah, you gotta look. Has he not played enough games to cross over to Wukong yet? That kind of shows how crazy he went with Ninja trying to hit that goal. Oh, he's almost there though. He needs what? 36 more games? They fucked it up. I see Armin on his stream is playing more fucking RuneScape than BDO. Yo, what's up, Grimkill? How you doing? Can't tell if they don't want to fight Armin or if they don't want him on their team. I mean, they all saw what happened to Feeds, right? Can you blame them? Look at Feeds there, dead in the bottom corner. Oh, shit. That fucking thing cracks me up. You know what they need to do? They need to make Awakening Sage's Rift Chain. Make it so we can go into Rift and just sit there and stealth too and get stand back. That sounds fucking great. I want to sit there and just watch the fight. But only for Awakened. Only on the Absolute. I do find it interesting, though, how much different the meta is in EU versus NA. You look at NA, you got people like Kirby who, right, are obviously really, really fucking good sages who are struggling to stay in the top 100, right? And then you look at EU, and there's like a bunch of sages in the top 100. And I think it really shows, like, when you have a lot of really fucking ratty classes that are insanely good at getting behind your forward guards, then what they did to Awakened Sage feels fucking miserable. But in an environment like EU where it looks like they have lots of like strikers and mystics, classes that you can, you know, track them a lot better and keep them in front of your forward guards, then it actually doesn't feel as bad. And you can still abuse Awakened Sage's fucking obnoxiously high damage. Because, yeah, Divios, I was thinking about it, right? All of the classes, when they did these changes to Sage, I'm like, okay, all of these classes, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, are going to abuse me. Like, all of those classes have been getting nerfs, or people agree that they need nerfs. And they're getting hit pretty hard stam-wise, too, right? Like, Awakened Kuno looks like it just got hit pretty good stam-wise. Awakened Ninja did already. Obviously, Awakened Sage did, like, luckily, Hash isn't like super popular. They're good at punishing forward guards, but they're not a super popular class. Yeah, those classes, I don't even know, like with my stamina requirements, I don't even know how I would even chase those classes down. I feel like I have like a good 30 seconds to try to catch them. Otherwise, I'm out of stamina and they're just fucking throwing bombs at me and there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe it's time to be an archer, chat. Maybe it's archer mode. Maybe I just start fucking gliding around on skate, showing everybody my pussy. Shit. Why did I say that? Up the fire on your dome? What does that even mean? Oh, it's wizard. See, maybe I do go wizard. Maybe it's wizard mode. What level is my wizard? The thing is, though, if I'm gonna go wizard, I kind of want to go witch and get that Venextress outfit on her. That outfit kind of has me wanting to play a female class. Just think, chat, right? I'll give you guys two options, right? I'll give you two options. I could either play wizard with this outfit. I fucking love this outfit. I wish I could get this hat on my Sage. It would be so sick. Or I could play witch with this outfit. Oh my god. Like, the answer is so fucking clear. Which it is. See, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Why not Guardian? I mean, maybe Guardian for grinding. Maybe I become Belly 2.0 on that witch, you know? And I just have the camera angled a bit lower. I make sure I'm just fucking wearing, like, crop tops so my belly's hanging out the whole time. We got a new brand. IRL? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yo, I didn't mean in-game. In-game, I'd be wearing the Venextress outfit. IRL, fucking belly out. After every match, I could slap that shit. Let it jiggle. Be sick. Watch that disgusting Archer gameplay. Let's see. Okay, let's see. He's up top. It's full stam. Wait, he's actually 1v3 right now. What the fuck? Yo, wait. He just fucking killed two of them? No, there's one. The other one's trying to run. Okay, he's chasing the Zerk down. The Zerker ran away. Now he's turning on the Dosa. Man wasn't even trying to go for the win buff, but still took it because it's fucking AoEs. Oh my god, that fucking class. Am I a fucking archer? Maybe it's archer mode. Wait, did the Zerk die? I didn't see the ping pop up. Wait, blah, 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 blah. Let me click that again. I thought I saw him run away. Yeah, the Zerk runs down the stairs. He catches him once in the back. Oh my god, what the fuck? He did a little fadeaway. He turned his camera and then you see the ping come up. He knew that shit was finishing him anyways. Fuck that class. Jesus Christ. That was kind of cold. What the fuck? Am I an archer? Keyword tried, right, Suna? Died standing without V. Wasn't a good look. Damn. Archer's so strong, even they're holding their B these days. That's fucked up. I don't know who this arrow guy is you guys are talking about. No way you don't know? I do not know. No, I do not. Should I? Me neither. Shut up, you fucking bitch. He popped off in New World? Oh. The BDO killer. And look at that. Look at that. Where's the AOB tab? Probably adventure? Oh. Life? No. War? Oh yeah, there it is. Under war. That's weird. This is usually PvP stuff. Although I guess this isn't PvP. What the fuck are these two things? These two things, I feel like they should be under adventure. New World was actually popping off right before they killed it. Yeah, because they released like a big fucking expansion. Which obviously, like, New World had some obviously good things going for it when it released. And I think that expansion got a lot of people back. Was it a paid expansion? Maybe that was the whole purpose of it, to get one last payout and then shut the doors. It was free? Huh. Maybe Daddy Amazon said, hey, you got to get up to your 1 million concurrent gamers with this new expansion, otherwise we're shutting down your department. Not realizing how unreasonable that is. AI Snoop Dogg games? Wait, is there an AI Snoop Dogg game? Sounds kind of sick. You only get the first time rewards once. Hence the reason why they're called first time. Oh, the ferry system is so bad. Man, just think, if I went Archer too, I could fucking pop off in large scale. I mean, if I went Suck Sage, I could pop off in large scale too. Well, the thing is, you can actually do decent free-to-play on the important skills on your fairy. What you do is you just get your Layla's Petals, you get your shitty fairy, and you turn it in. You see, did you get Miraculous Cheer? No. Get rid of it. You can do that over and over and over again with the shitty fairy. And then once you get the good thing, then you then level it up once. Do you get the max level of fairy, not fairy tier, feather, or I guess feathery steps isn't as important. Continuous care, right? You basically just keep going from a T1 to a T2 fairy trying to get max of both these. Once you get max of both these, then you don't really need to worry about these last three. You try to get feathery steps, it's kind of good, but it's not that big of a deal. These two just really don't fucking matter. Morningstar and Fairy's Tier. Yeah. So yeah, you just keep re-rolling T1 and T2 fairies, trying to get those two skills. Once you get those, then your fairy's set. You could try to min-max the rest if you really want to, but it really just doesn't matter. Yeah, even Feathery Steps isn't even that big of a deal anymore. Feathery Steps was more of a big deal when you had like overnight processing and stuff like that, right? But even now, like, people have enough maids, especially with the new treasure item, right? You could just go to your storage, your house, and unload. You have your horse to dump stuff into. The Feathery Steps thing just kind of meh. It's super convenient, but it's convenient, right? It's by no means mandatory. Where, yeah, Miraculous Cheer and Continuous Care, especially Miraculous... Is it Miraculous Cheer? Yeah, Miraculous Cheer, that one's fucking mandatory. Yo, what's up, Mage? How you doing? Once you get the highest, when you're at tier 1 and you got the highest rank of those skills, then yeah, you just level it up to the next tier. And you cross your fingers and pray and hope you get what you want. But if you are trying to min-max, right, with money, then yeah, you keep basically turning in your petals until you get a tier 1 fairy or a tier 2 fairy with rank 5 continuous care and miraculous cheer. Once you have those, then you level it up to tier 3. You hope it rolls the max rank feathery steps, but before you tier it up, then you start using your fairy breath on it, because you will actually not have to pay as much. Levels, not tiers. Yeah, I'm probably confusing the two things. It's been a long time since I've leveled up a fairy. But before you get it to from brilliant to radiant, that's when you try to re-roll, right? With the I know I have some of them around here somewhere. Oh. Yes. You're right. Hey, it's been a long time. You're right. You keep rolling brilliant or radiant, sorry. And then before you level it up, that's when you do it. You're right. It's been a long fucking time. You need ult accounts? No, definitely not. Oh, to keep it fresh in the memory. Yeah, maybe for that. And the thing is you can... Can't you tier it up manually too by using the honey wine? Like if you get it to max level, then you can tier it up to the next. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm thinking, right? Is you get your rank 1 fairies or your rank 2 fairies or your rank 3s, you tier them up to radiant, hope that at level 1 they get miraculous cheer 5. If they get continuous care 5, then you level it up to level 10. If it gets one of those two things, once it hits level 10, you want it to roll the other that you didn't get. And then once you have that, then you level it up to the next, like level 30, and then you do the re-rolling before you get it to level 40 and do the re-rolling, right? It can only go up by 1 tier, only 1 tier at a time, I'm pretty sure. Like you level it up 1 tier, and then you have to fully level it up again to push it to the next tier after that. I know it's not going to skip tiers. Yeah, I sold a fuckload of honey wine just the other day. I had like 1,500 of it. The thing is, I wish I could demonstrate what I'm talking about, but the only way I could do that is if I release my fairy, which I think is a massive problem as well. They should let you have more than 1 fairy, at least 2, so you could have your best one and then the one you're working on. It sucks that like you have to get rid of your fairy if you want to try to get a better one without swiping money on it. But then people wouldn't
Spend as much? Yeah. Well, you don't have them all out at once, Tycho. And what do you mean you don't want a harem of fairies? Why the fuck not? What the fuck's wrong with you? Wake up. I feel like I'm forgetting to do something. Oh, loot scroll.
Is that true though? Like, can you not take a faint fairy and get it all the way to radiant? Does it only let you tier it up once, ever? Because that's fucking stupid too, if that's the case. I don't think that's true. I don't remember that ever being the case. Somebody needs to do a guide on ferries. Fucking Grimkill would have been the perfect guide for that, too, considering how many times he's probably done it. Somebody needs to make like a step-by-step guide on minimizing the amount it costs you and the most efficient way to do it. There's a lot of guides on ferries. Well, why isn't somebody giving this man that guide? Oh, because we're BDO. We like to watch people suffer. I haven't seen this interface. What is this interface? Oh yeah, fairy skills will reset. This poor fucking guy, man. Holy shit. This poor fucking guy. He's just getting overwhelmed with fucking information. Beside simple cron. Oh, these are item drop rate scrolls, if that's what you're wondering. It's so fucking true what he just said. Oh, it's so fucking funny. You keep yapping about scum, we're gonna sick Samwell on you next, Gamu. Keep it up. Keep yapping. Yeah, I said the name Samwell and Cavell's butthole clenched. That's alright. Striker's nerfed, you guys. It's over for him next week. No more shadow boxing back to full health. Yeah, help him out, Divios. Save this man from his chat. Can't wait till I can farm him on Arsha and outgear him by 2. Who? We talking about, Pokes? Samwell? Samwell's got to be pretty geared now. I mean, this game gives away so much free silver. He fights Lobbies and thinks he's cool? No, he fights on Arsha. Whether the person's a Lobby or not. It's just the people who are Lobbies take it more personally.
I hate that Samwell guy, but please don't tell him I said that.
I'm actually forwarding to him directly right now. If you chat shit to him, you are his target audience. That's right. Yeah. Wait. Oh, you're talking about down here. Oh, these are just different foods. Basically, every 30 minutes, I eat all of these for the food XP, the health XP. Yeah, Pokes. It sounds like you're getting played, right? You hopped over to Arsha. You ran into Samwell. Samwell attacked you. You got in your feelings. You typed something a little more aggressive than you should. And then not only did he get you in game, but he got you out of game too by putting in a ticket because you probably said some foul shit. Sounds like he got you twice. That's a 2-0, yeah. And all you had to do is just not get in your feelings, and you would have just left with a 1-0, and you might have left with a buddy in the long term. Oh. Telephone, 1 second, you guys. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. My dad forgot his Facebook password. I have a little black book that I keep all my. Let me show you. Da-da-da-da. Little black book. This has all of the family's passwords in it. I have a password wallet for mine, but I have like access to my password wallet and stuff like that written in the book too. So if something were to happen to me and I'd kick the bucket, my wife knows how to get into everything. But yeah, I have my parents' passwords in there too because they forget all the time, and then I have to go fucking do password recovery and all that shit for them. So now I have it set up so I can remote into my parents' PCs and help them from here, and I have all their passwords written down. Makes life a lot easier. I am going to actually go warm up some pizza. I'm actually kind of hungry right now, chat. Since we're having a little intermission right now anyways. I'll be right back. The new one is pretty tight though. Tight. Okay. I'm gonna eat my lunch. Did this man figure out his thing yet? Did you help him, Divios? Did you save the date? This guy goes AFK for at least one quarter of the stream every day. Shut up. You gave up? Shit. You see a lost cause? Or is there just too many people giving him bad advice? You have to get 2K on Warrior? Okay. Starting from here on out on a new account? Or sorry, starting from here on out on the same account or on a new account? I think it's going to be a lot harder for you. I think Wukong is a lot trickier to catch than a warrior is, and people are going to target you a lot harder. You don't have a 30-second cinematic that you get to go into full iframe and come back out with your heel half up. Being targeted makes things easier in general for climbing. It does if you don't have trouble thinking under pressure, right? If you have a difficult time with good decision making when you're being pressed, then yeah, not so much the case. But you're right though. If you are, then yeah, it almost feels like the fight's now in your control because you're the win condition, right? So you do the best to be the hardest win condition that you can. But you're a warrior main? I mean, you've always been a warrior main, right? And what I'm looking at, not saying you can't do it. Warrior's definitely better than it used to be, but I mean, these guys were warrior mains before too. And like Goldstein still isn't 2K. So, and I by no means would say you're better than Goldstein. I mean, Warrior's been buffed and, Zerdan's still struggling. Gold's been trolling. Has he? Oh, is he? Well, I mean, not really. An extra 20 games out of almost 400 isn't that bad. When did he play those games, though? I guess it really depends when he played those. This week? Oh, okay, that's trolling then for sure. Yeah. How much more time do we have till the season ends? Because I know this was supposed to be a longer season. Like, we're probably only halfway in, right? I agree with Divios. I think, yeah, because of point inflation, I think Dukes will get it, definitely. What I think would have been more fair is to be like, bet him if he could get like top 3 warrior or something, or top 5. I mean, I guess top 5 isn't even really that much either. We look at a lot of these warriors, they just don't really play a whole lot, right? Already agreed 2K? Yeah. Can't change it now. Apparently Dragor just likes paying you. %80 of them are Bobo? Is there another Bobo here? I don't see another Bobo. Looks like Bobo's only been playing one account. All Bobo? Oh, okay. You ever seen any of these people and Bobo in the same room? True. And by that logic, too, I've never seen Dukes in the same room as a girl either, so he might be a girl. Hey, I have to. I'm busting Dragor's balls all the time. I figured if I came at him some more, he'd fucking start crying. I'm so tired of him crying. So I figured this time I gotta take his side. Why do you guys want me to be a girl so bad? I don't think we want you to be a girl. I mean, maybe Dragor does. You just want me to be a girl? Yeah, I bet you do. But I could never be a girl, because I'm the macho man. Uh-huh. Want to early invest in your warrior? What do you mean? Downey Savage? Oh, level 7 power boost. Shit, I'll level you up for this bet. For sure. I'll summon you down here. Hop over to Valencia 1. Come on over. Come on down to Valencia. I can't fucking do it. I think I fucked up my vocal cords doing that. Oh, I can't get the right raspiness now. Like all the phlegm I had in my throat from eating has all been scraped off and I can't do it again. I don't have a whisper. Come on, Dukes. Come over here. I'll help you rise to the top. Yeah. Rise to the top. You'll no longer be in the bottom. I need to practice that. I feel like if I practice, I can do a pretty good Macho Man impersonation. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. Oh. Is that why it's doing that? Let's see. Party invite. Le Earl. Oh my god. Instead of Le Dukes. Okay, you ready for a summon? Okay. Let's pop a little bell. Let the world know that we're leveling up Dukes. Bing! Oh, let me turn the camera back on. So he has like no buffs. But I think all I gotta do is get him to like level 60 though, right? For AOS. Kick him out? Nah, I'm a fan of competition. I'll take a 30 minutes of no trash. You know what the best part is? When Dukes inevitably gets this, it's another thing for him to hold against you and you to get mad about. So, I'm all for it. You know what I was telling Dukes to do also, Dragor? is if he gets partnered to take the name Dragor without the numbers before you do. That shit would be funny as hell. Need some orbs to pop. By the way, how much is the bet? $50 again? Another 50? Yeah. I forgot to tell you too that leveling you up is $50. So when you get paid, feel free to send it to my way. Dragor, what are you queuing up? Why? They'll come from Streamlabs. Speaking of which, you mean Stream Elements? By the way, see if Stream Elements paid me yet. No, not yet. But I'm feeling more reassured. That's like oregano stuck between my teeth. I should practice a Macho Man impersonation. That could be fun on stream. Get myself some fucking fancy glasses and a hat. That'd be fun. Macho Man is such a fun character. Some Slim Jims? Yeah. I like it that the game sounds are loud. I think it's that I have the music turned down. Four more hours in me? Why do you think this is gonna take 4 hours? I mean, you can't fall asleep right now because you're going to hit level 49 and you're not going to be able to level up any further. You at least got to stay up for that. I could just kick you out of the party once you hit 60. Dragor did. It's always Dragor. Whenever it's stupid shit, it's Dragor. He's sitting there kicking his feet with a big smile on his face right now. Yeah, sounds good. I'll just kick you out when you hit 60 dukes. What do you grind for these days? Silver, right? Let's play the game. I'm not grinding for silver. I'm grinding for silver, but I'm playing BDO to hang out with you guys. I like just having people to chat with and hang out with. And the silver piles up while doing that. Look at these boomers, you guys. Playing these antique songs, thinking they're funny. Fucking boomers. They are funny, said every boomer ever. Time to catch up with the times. I know, right? JT's just a couple years older than me. Did the orbs work with the event spawn? No. This song was Cavell.
Sorry, I forgot about the other person who requests stupid shit.
You know what I should do? Ooh, chat. I have an awesome idea. One second. I have an awesome fucking idea. I just got a fucking awesome idea. Wait. Ooh, between 30 seconds and 5 minutes. Is this too long? Oh, it's 13 minutes. It's like I gotta cut this video down. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Second, I want to give it a really good sample size. Okay, let me save. Save. Okay, now let's try. Boom. Boom. Oh, now the file size is too high. Okay, where's Audacity? Okay, so how big is this file? I want to drop the quality too much. Oh, it's barely over. Maybe I actually just trimmed some of it off there, actually. Okay, let's see. Export audio. Da, 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 da. MP3. I wonder if it would tell me. Please tell me that this is small enough. Wait, where did it just export it to? Oh shit, why did it go there? Okay, let's see, is this the right size? The fuck? You know what, maybe I could go back to the other one. Okay, 1 second. I must have accidentally compressed it more than I expected to. I literally trimmed off like fucking 10% of it, but the file size is like a third of the size. Okay. Oh, I don't want to save that. File. Export audio. Oh, that's where I did it. Okay, let's do that. And then browse, put that there so I can find it easier. Okay. Let's replace the existing. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay. Save project. No, I don't need to save it. Okay, now it should be ready to upload. Save custom voice. Generating the voice. We're about to have a new voice available, chat. I don't know how it's going to sound. I'm taking one of his videos that he uploaded recently and using that to train the AI. Generating right now. Okay, and it is done. Let me refresh the browser source. Okay, we now have an Armin TTS, you guys. An Armin voice. I don't know how good it is. I used a section, a 5-minute section of his apology video to train it. Let's see how it sounds. 1 second. I'm going to. Where is it? I don't know how good it is. Is it just not even working? It's taking so long. Oh, legit, it says in the top right corner right now, service status limited. So maybe maybe they're having issues right now. Need to buy more tokens? No. Pay $25 a month for this TTS shit. It's a cool thing I had to do. I added an Armin voice. I used a 5-minute section of his apology video to train a voice. I don't know how good it is. For some reason, it's not working right now. I guess TTS monsters having issues. Why is it not working though? It's pissing me off. Do other voices work?
Test.
Okay. What about the Zethian voice? Today. What the fuck? Okay, so that's working. don't know why the Armin voice isn't working yet. It says that it should be uploaded. Looks like everything's supposed to be working.
And now, not only the Intercontinental Heavyweight belt must fall, but the World Heavyweight Championship belt. Because Devios, yeah, I am the cream, yeah, the cream of the crop. And there is no one that does it better than the Macho Man Armin TF.
It's not too bad. That's not too fucking bad.
Mauler twin come in. I repeat, Mauler twin come in.
That's not too fucking bad at all. Good volume on it too. I was worried I was gonna have to crank it up. Thing is, I went to his apology video and I found where he talked the most. I made sure I didn't include the middle or the end because people tend to be a little bit calmer at the beginning or the end. And I just grabbed what looked like a very populated 5-minute section in the middle. I was also looking for high fluctuations in his voice too, so it, you know, better get like maybe some of his mannerisms. Should crank my voice. My microphone might be too far. Or do you mean my AI voice? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I need to redo the training on it. I don't have the original file that I used to train it. What I need to do is I need to amplify that. But I don't have that file anymore, so I'd have to redo the training. The thing is, too, like, I just need to find a 5-minute section of my stream where there's no other sounds going on and I'm just yapping. Because, like, when I'm sitting there reading a script, you don't get the proper, like, inflections and shit in your voice, right? So it does sound a little more, you know, monotone. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes it's working and sometimes it isn't. I don't know, maybe it's still training or something. It doesn't say it's training, it says it's generated. Yeah, I want to hear this one. Might have to look into it and find out why sometimes it's working and sometimes it isn't. I mean, we've only had it work once. Maybe it was delayed. Give it a second. I noticed the first time that message was redeemed, it took a while. I mean, maybe that's part of it, because it does say service is limited, so maybe just random messages are going to come through right now when it comes to the AI TTS. Oh, shit. What is orchestrator? AI TTS API says it's working fine. I don't know. If you guys want to keep trying and get something through, we could just refund all the points. Oh, that's right, because it has to be auto-skipped for the voices to work, otherwise it doesn't work. You are right. I wonder why. That one went through.
Short sword class players deserve to suffer, and that's just a fact.
Why'd that one work? What the fuck? Is it limited to only things Armin would actually say? I guess he would never say that.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I am a little bitch, and I am gonna int you.
Yo, what's up, Deja Vu? Happy Canada Day. What do you mean? Canada Day isn't for a month. How much trash loot I pull? Oh, I don't pay attention how much trash loot I'm doing. Drama gonna be stirred up. I need to get some other voices in there too. I need to get like a 5-minute recording of Norelio just saying some shit. I need to get a 5-minute. I can do up to 4 voices. I got 2 open slots. I used to have Neptunes in there. Maybe I should get Neptunes back in there. I'm sure I could just reach out to Lunarlay and be like, yo, give me the most animated Neptunes 5-minute audio clip you have. And then just use that to train it. I'm sure that man has more than enough. Yeah, you can go ahead, Benedictus.
Norelio, for the love of God, hit a grab, you fat fuck.
Holy shit! He wound up for that fat! That was crazy! He had to like take a breath to make sure he got that.
Today was a hard day
in.
of us. Time for a light snack. 2 number 9s, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Yo, maybe it's still like training in the background even though it says it's done. Dragor, you suck. You suck. Oh my god, you suck. I'm not sure how many hours per red orb. I mean, I've only had 3 red orbs since this place has come out. A great twist would be training Dragor's voice. The thing is nobody knows Dragor's voice, right? So it wouldn't really, unfortunately, hit. It has to be a voice that people recognize. People would just be like, who's that? I'm not sure why yours isn't working. Is this like the song request where you're you're blacklisted from it? There was like a whole day where everybody else could request songs, but you couldn't. Are you XP boosting? I am, yeah. The other guy's on top of the statue there. I'm just getting him to level 60. He's got a bet with Dragor to get 2k on Warrior and AOS. So I'm helping him level up his Warrior quickly. Once he gets to level 60, I'm gonna kick him out. Still like 2 more levels before I start getting loot though. Probably should have turned my loot scroll off, but at this point there's only 2 minutes left. I probably shouldn't have popped loot buffs too, but what are you gonna do? Anything to help you prove Dragor wrong. Shamu's didn't work either? Oh, you're right. Deja vu. I would have said yes, but you've threatened me with those mukbang videos every day, so unfortunately the answer is no. Wait, why did I just pop another loot scroll? God, I'm such a creature of habit. Not gonna leave that shit on for 5 minutes, and by then he's level 67 or 58. Yeah, sometimes it's working, sometimes it isn't. Let's see what this is, Benedictus, sorry. Why is the link not working when I click on it? There we go. These two assholes. Oh shit. Whatever happened to that, what was her name? Lucky Girl 333? Some Girl 333 that, like, we were talking one time about how Dragor needs a woman in his life, and all of a sudden that person started typing? That shit was fucking gold, man. The chances of that had to be scripted. That had to be somebody just fucking waiting. That's right! White Girl 333, that's who it was. That shit was funny as hell. Where'd she go? It was probably Dragor's alt account. He's probably on that on his phone while typing on his main account on his PC. By the way, shouldn't it be Le Earls, not Le Earl? Because you're Le Dukes, right? Implying more than one. Yo, what's up, Oxman? Yeah, I got an actual office set up in my house now. Does any of the TTS work anymore, or did it all break? Try with no voice, you guys. Then I can tell if it's the actual site or if it's just the AI part of it.
Lebon checking in.
Oh, there we go. I just really delayed it. Skip mine. So yeah, it looks like it's not a problem with the voice. It's just a problem with the thing. 'Cause it's skipping mine too occasionally. It looks like their website's just having issues right now, which is good. That means there's nothing for me to fix on my end. So I got 2 more voice slots. Who would you guys like to see? Who should I try to dig up like 5 minutes of audio for? Blue? Blue Squadron would be super easy. I could totally do blue. Blue and choice. Oh shit. Blue would be super easy to get a 5-minute audio clip of. Choice would be pretty easy too, because they both have YouTubes. I could just go try to find a video where they're like talking about something they're passionate about. Canon would be easy too, for sure. I think it would be funner to have them video related though.
I've been analyzing graphs and streaming longer than you have ever been streaming. You're not better at it than me. You are not better at interpreting data.
More fun,
I
not
graduated
funner.
from my university with the highest possible fucking honors in finance and statistics and mathematic derivatives. Like, I am a numbers guy. And I'm telling you that I analyze data.
No, it's funner. I don't care if it's not a word. I'm making it a word. Did it randomly switch the voice? No, it didn't. It just Kamu didn't assign a voice for the first half, and there was Armin's voice assigned for the second half. What about Biceptimus? Could definitely do Biceptimus. But we only have 2 voice slots left. So, like, what would be... Which voice slots would be funner? Keyword is funner, chat. Which ones would be funner? Chris Poley might be actually fun. See if the AI ends up rolling as many R's as Chris Poley does. I feel like Chris Poley would be actually a good one. There's 2 N's in funner, Dragor, you idiot. God. Dragor can't even spell words correctly. He has to make sure he saves N for his other favorite N words. He thinks he's gonna run out. Please tell me how to spell the non-word you're saying. Yeah, get it right. Next, you're going to tell me there's no word called funnier.
Yo, chat check. eBay, I am selling the Twitch name Dragor.
Wow, it sounded like you had an accent at the end there. Holy shit. Armin Gum. Oh, shit. Hi, Chris Poley. I gotta find a good video where he talks a lot, which I'm pretty sure is like every video he has. Okay, fine. Give me 2 seconds. I'll see if I can figure it out. Okay, 1 second. Da-da-da-da. Has anyone uploaded a video in a while? Oh no, 3 days ago. Okay, I'll just take his latest video. Okay, ba. Verify I'm human. I'll just download the slightly lower quality one this time so I don't have to manually freaking downscale it. Maybe what should we call it? Should we call it Chris Polly or just Polly? Okay, got it downloaded. I can only upload 5-minute section though, so let me cut it. Right there. Okay, save. Da. Oh, of course, it's still too fucking
Life is like a
big.
box of chocolates. Sometimes you get 2 casters or you get fat fucks like Norelio O.
Norelio O. Okay, so it's still unfortunately 1 megabyte too big. So I gotta trim it down. Where is it? Okay, open file. Export audio. Okay, perfect. I like that. Export. You know what? We'll call it something else. Call it Chris Polly. Exporting. Okay, perfect. The right size. Okay, now let me add it to the. Let me train the AI. Add voice. We'll call it Chris Polly. Okay, saving the voice. It's going to take a second to generate it. I'll tell you guys when it's done. Call it just Polly? Okay, 1 second. That'll be easier to remember than Chris Polly, you're right. Okay, it should be active now, chat. Just keep in mind the AI text-to-speech is kind of flaky right now. None of the voices are going through consistently. I'll test it. Let's see. Is it just delayed? Might not have just worked. Look at that fire image, let's see. Oh shit. Oh, the chat. That's fucking crazy.
Red rabbits run rapidly.
Yeah, that worked. I don't think it's rolling the R's the same way he does, though. That's what I'm worried. Like, when it comes to like R rolling, I don't think the AI is going to be able to do it. You fucking guys, man! I swear to God. Then do that. It's in the meme channel in the Discord. Yeah, I don't think the Chris Poley one's gonna hit. I just don't think it's gonna roll that many R's. Damn, whaling 235, huh? They fucking better, man. That's one thing they definitely need to do. Let me try the one I redeemed again. I want something longer for Chris Poley. Maybe the fact that it is so long is part of the reason why it's not working. Door? Huh? Joe Bell. Yo, wasn't it that shit was spoilered? So you fucking click that shit. Remember, whenever something's spoilered, that means click at your own risk. Or you made mistakes, yeah. There's actually a new one too. Ooh, we got 500 crowns, let's go. There was an update to the that was sent to me of that one. I'll pop it in. I'm gonna spoiler this one too, so click at your own risk. It's so dumb. A Schrodinger's cat. Let's just say it's very similar to the first one, except it's doing a Meiwa dash. Yeah, the Chris Bully one just like isn't working at all. Away from the camera, no. That'd be fucking great though. Because at least the cape would be covering everything, right? Blame Dragor? Yeah. There's just something going on with TTS Monster today. I wouldn't bother using any of the AI voices. The normal voices are fine, but I think the AI voices are having issues. Ugh. Oh shit, I'm getting loot again. I can't hear the voice crack and the guy going woo in that girl's voice track. Did I miss it? Yeah, are you about to ruin this song for me? Did it already pass? Huh. Let's see. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear it now. Now I'm gonna fucking notice that shit. The thing is, too, right? Like, yeah, anybody listens to that song, they just feel like it's part of the song. It doesn't stand out to them like a normal voice crack would, right? But actually hearing it isolated like that, you're like, huh, okay. Can you post a link? Oh, definitely. What's up, Pinks? How you doing? Awaken Maywa, you nerfed us again. Yeah, that's a downvote. That's not my class. If you're not advocating for buffs for my class, that's a downvote. How dare you? Logging in right now. Logging in right now to downvote that shit. Let me just do my authenticator. 206018. Oh shit, now you guys are gonna hack me. God damn it. Okay, now I scroll to the bottom and downvoted. Yeah, better luck next time. Just kidding. I'm gonna hit you with a little upvote. Actually, you know what? Let's read over it, chat. Let's give it a little read over. Let's see what he's cooking. I think we could all agree Awakened May was one of those classes that's in the most need of buffs. That's not what I wanted. Where is... Yeah, let's check this out. So, Awakened Maewa. Hey there! I'm Pinks, a longtime class loyalist to both specs of Maewa and an avid PvPvE player content creator. When I saw the most recent patch notes for Awakening Maewa, I got excited at the idea of finally having the 2 iframes the Maewa PvP community has asked for in the past few years of class updates. As always, I met the changes with caution, since Awakening Maewa has had an extensive history of receiving buffs in the eyes of the developers, yet meets the expectation of always falling short in the making the class feel more clunky. Always falling short in making the class feel more clunky. I feel like it sounds like you're saying they're falling short of making the class feel clunky. Which would sound like a good thing, the way that's phrased. But I know what you mean. They always end up falling short and make the class feel more clunky. Operate in outright worse fashion, or in the case of this patch, made simply unplayable in PvP. I can't be asked to put more effort into this post than the following question. Why do you feel the need to make these trade-off balance patches with a class that has been so out of the meta for such an extensive amount of time? Simply put, you take away the thing that Awakening Maewa values the most, yet didn't have in the first place, stamina. You provided us 2 iframes, but you restricted the stamina management in such a way that it is now unsustainable to use those iframes in any given PvP circumstance. Outside of 1v1, the least important form of PvP. True, it is the least important. By changing Frost Feint to a stamina locked ability and by making Sleet Steps cost more stamina, we no longer have enough movement to rely on maintaining a manageable stamina bar in situations where we were pressured. Prior to this change, Awakening Maewa was already regarded as one of the worst classes in the game for many reasons, poor stamina management being a key player. I was fine with the class being bad but fun, but now it's just bad and miserable to play. Among these misguided stamina changes, you eliminated SLB RMB from the input list for pre-Awakening Red Moon and replaced it with a Shift Q input to bring us into Awakening. The lack of having both Red Moons available hurts our catch potential and flexibility as a class in tight situations. You also adjusted Awakening Red Moon, or Blue Moon, to have a stiff on the first hit of the ability. As our flagship re-CC ability, this stiff can cause a lot of headache when trying to connect a float into another float, or when trying to float with Blue Moon from an initial stiff, such as Stub Arrow or Blind Thrust. You also provided Super Armor to Cold Snap, which is largely useless outside of an extra small stamina recovery skill and an 8-second cooldown. Here are some tips to guide the class into more playable state in PvP without improving Maewa outright in terms of power level, since you clearly are against doing that. Bring back pre-awakened Red Moon and its regular functions and leave the Awakening Red Moon as it currently functions. Only make Awakening Red Moon castable in Awakening. Provide Frostfang with stamina recovery. Though it seems strong to have an iframe skill recover stamina, I can assure you that it will serve to only make Awakening Meiwa's neutral game playable again. I think this seems reasonable with the number of forward guards and unprotected abilities we use in the kit as of now. I agree, Awakening Sage should get some stamina recovery in iframes. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that one. I actually think all classes, if they're sitting in an iframe, should not recover stamina. Like Dosa's sitting, Tamer's sitting, like all those classes, if you're sitting in iframe, it should at the bare minimum lock stamina. Anyways, lower Sleet Step stamina cost back down to its pre-patch stamina numbers. No additional nerf was needed. Allow Awakening Red Moon to linger its full animation with its current protection, similar to Succession Meiwa's Super Armor Linger. This change aims to target stamina management in a way that is risky for the Meiwa to utilize, but vulnerable to damage and grabs through its duration. See, like this, I like, right? When you actually have a risk sitting in something. I don't think you should be in a, like, and this is why I don't like stamina recovery when you're sitting in an iframe, is because there's no risk. You're just sitting in it, comfy as can be, while getting a benefit, right? But that seems super reasonable. Return Frostfang. Did I skip one? No, that was where I left off. Return Frostfang being an accelerator to Frost Pillars. The removal was never listed in the patch notes, and the lack of this interaction makes Frost Pillar almost unusable in close quarters. Return Moonlight Dash to being an LMB flow from Cloud Stab. This gave us easy combo throughput with minimal gap potential, whereas now, we have to use it from Hotbar for literally no reason. You didn't change the LMB flow on Cloud Stab to be anything different. Make Cold Snap a desirable button to press in combo, take away the air attack, increase the damage from 1500 in PvP to 6500 in PvP. I feel like there's some context there. What ability is that? Cold Snap. 1 second. Let's take a little peek at Cold Snap. I think this is the ability I'm thinking of. Okay, so you are talking the PvP modifiers. Because yeah, right now it's 1500. If you take the two numbers, right, 3096 times 2, that's 6000. 25% of 6000 is about 1500. I don't know, it's pretty fast. I don't know about that ability being 6.5k. I think 1500 is obnoxiously low, but that's a pretty fast ability. 6.5 might be a little high, but it definitely does need to be higher. A small risk: if you're going to lean in on Awaken Meiwa being an air attack class, please ensure she has the combo to support it. Her combo, even inside AOS, is somewhat laughable without any major active buffs, and in open world, we still do very little damage. Returning air attack back to the Awakened Red Moon and making the damage more front-loaded to allow for a smooth transition into Cloud Stab's air attack may help. I uninstalled the game after an hour. I uninstalled the game an hour after testing the changes. I'm really just disappointed that the class is basically unplayable. I would happily take the previous version of Meiwa before this patch over this nonsense, and I'm sure many would agree. Please learn how your class operates in your game so that you can add some nuance to your ChatGPT or equivalent AI script that is helming the dumpster fire that is your current balancing team. You have infinite knowledge at your disposal with the aid of creators. Yeah. I don't know if I would finish by insulting them. I think that's typically not a great... Oh, I guess you guys can't read what I'm showing. But I don't think that's typically a great way to end something that you're asking for. That's going to create some resentment. But I get it. I get why you're frustrated. Fuck the whole team, yeah. And yeah, I mean, like... This line right here applies to Awakening Sage too. When they made it back, it busted back in March 2025. Most Awakening Sages, if not all of them, at least the ones that played before it became overpowered, would prefer to go back to before it was overpowered than what we have today. Anyways, I hit it with a little upvote. Even though I have those small disagreements, I think in general this class definitely fucking needs something. It is kind of sad that somehow they managed to nerf it. They managed to, what would appear to be, and I'm taking your word at it, but nerf one of the classes that needed the most love in the game. Is fucking obnoxious. I finish with, in conclusion, fuck you! Right, Lucas? Yo. But at the same time, you can't really blame them, right? You gotta blame the, sorry, you can't blame him, you gotta blame the devs. When they do that shit to classes, yeah, they're gonna make fucking people mad. Yeah. Stuck Meiwa could use maybe a little bit of quality of life, but it's definitely nowhere near as bad as Awakened Meiwa. Yeah, the only thing I really take issue with there is being able to sit in an iframe and get stamina back. I think no classes should be able to do that. I think at the bare minimum, it should be a stamina lock, and in some cases, it should be a stamina drain if you're sitting in the iframe. The damage thing on Cold Snap, though, looking at the ability by itself without, like, the peripheral vision of knowing the rest of the kit, it seems like you're asking for a lot of damage for such a short animation. But I think important context that might make it okay is, like, what other damage do they have in the kit? I don't know, maybe it's just lacking damage in general, and that's an okay spot to put it. Let's see that again. I mean, it's an 8-second cooldown. Super armor. Yeah, it looks like you have to do it after stabbing skills. What is considered a stabbing skill? Is there like an indicator here of what's considered a stabbing skill? Because as far as I'm aware, every skill you do with your fucking pole is a stab. Although I guess maybe there's that one move where it kind of does like an overhead attack with it, where that would be kind of more of a bonk than a stab. Let's see. 6.5k. Let me see how that would compare to like some of Sage's skills. Shock Relay is... I mean, Shock Relay is like double the damage, but that's a 3-second cooldown and unprotected. Lightning Surge is 5k on a 5-second cooldown, and it's protected. You know what? Maybe 6k would be okay. I mean, I got 5k on a 5-second cooldown that's fully protected. And I don't ever feel like Lightning Surge is, giving me insane damage in my combo or anything. So yeah, maybe I don't hate the 6.5K so much. Well, not that I hated it or disagree with it so much. Seems more reasonable finding something where I have similar context to. Lightning Prison and AoE grab. Every single lightning bolt that comes down should pin the target to the ground through protections. And because it's lightning, it should stun them while they're on the ground. I mean, how would you feel if you got hit by a lightning spear from the heavens? I'd feel dead? True. You actually raise a great point. Maybe it should just kill the people instead. You remember when Lightning Prison did damage? I know. It's actually obnoxious how little damage it does now. It's actually obnoxious how little damage Lightning Prison does. And there's still a ton of people out there who think it does good damage. Lightning Prison good for HP sustain? Yeah. But it's, I mean, it's supposed to be a damage ability. That's the thing, right? That's the thing that's created the problem with Awakening Sage. Is like almost all of our static abilities, except for Upsurge, do shitty damage now. And they moved all of the damage from our abilities where we're standing still, like Riftstorm, Interrogate, Lightning Prison. They took the damage from the abilities over time and pumped it into our fully protected movement abilities. And the thing is, about having all your damage in your fully protected movement abilities is you can't do anything about it. There's no risk, right? That's the problem with Awakening Sage, is like while he's doing damage, there's no risk while he's doing damage. Where if you actually move the damage back to things like Riftstorm, Lightning Prison, Interrogate, those are abilities you can punish if the Sage does them poorly. And you can avoid. You can go for a grab on Interrogate or Riftstorm, because he's locked in that animation, at least part of it. Or you could just avoid it, try to step out of it, right? Or you could just try to trade it, right? Like, how do you trade an ability where the Sage is just doing that, where he's blinking around you? You don't, right? You're throwing damage at where he used to be. That's all you had to do. During the Awakened Sage OP era, all you had to do was get good at rotating your fully protected movement. And in the process of rotating your fully protected movement, you would kill people. It was fucking dumb. And then you just wait for your Shift E, your Impaling Flash, to get a knockback, and then as soon as you see the knockback, you just turn your camera and press E. Well, the old Sage had like half the toolkit. Judgment was absolutely garbage. Impaling Flash was garbage. The only thing Impaling Flash was good for was setting up the grab, because you can do a little SI frame out of it, and it would give you the perfect range to maximize the AoE cone on your range grab. But that shit would have been busted with the new Impaling Flash. Or I guess I should say new for the time. Not the new. The original new. The original Impaling Flash, though, was super cool concept as a damaging ability. Where you'd blink around, you'd feel like fucking Cloud doing his Omni Strike. Until it got you stuck in a rock or a wall 99% of the time. People would just S-block into a wall, and then if you press that ability, you were now stuck in the wall. That shit was fucking miserable. Well, Sage was also the ultimate class for abusing fort, too, right? If people were repairing their fort, you could Impaling Flash into the fort, and then you could just chop it from the inside. They eventually made it so if you're stuck in the fort, it TPs you out. But that shit was fucking obnoxious back in the day. Loot scroll? Oh, I appreciate you. That sounds so cheese. Oh, it was. It was. I didn't do it because I find any behavior like that is fucking despicable. If you don't want to fight fair, then don't even fight, because your win doesn't mean shit if you're not fighting fair, right? That obviously was not intended. Remember one of the biggest fuck-ups they made when they first added the axe to the game? Where an archer could equip the axe, fire an arrow from long range, or no, they would have their main weapon, fire an arrow from long range, and then quickly equip the axe, and it would one-shot the enemy team's fort. Because it would do the damage of the ability, but multiplied by the damage of the axe. That shit was fucking hilarious. I don't know how the hell they managed to fucking let that shit hit the game. I remember there was one time where we did a CTG, when this bug existed, we did a CTG on a fort, and we started getting it down, and the other team thought we were cheesing their fort, because all of a sudden they saw their fort crashing like crazy. Our fort was at 100% and then instantly fucking dead. And they're like, no, you guys were trying to fucking exploit axes on our fort. You're just mad that we beat you to it. And then I was like, I pulled up my VOD and I was like, I showed us CTGing and just taking it down normally, and they were like, oh. Everybody was so fucking paranoid. Oh, yeah. Wild Wild West times of a game are honestly the best, though. I mean, it creates dramatic situations that are actually in our memory and enjoyable, right? Like, even though it feels shitty at the time when somebody does that to you, it creates memorable moments that we can all reflect back upon and be like, yeah, I remember that, LOL. I remember there was one time where Snake, we were defending Valencia. we had like 13 Zerkers that we had like a little area that had all the Shies and some range classes and bruisers who were like BSR batteries. And a Zerker would literally jump off the wall into the enemies, do a 200, die, and then run back to the battery, quickly get fed, and do it over again. We had like 12 fucking Zerkers just cycling 200% the whole fucking siege. And then they put a 30-minute cooldown on that. Ooh, we got 1,000 crons! Hell yeah! 1,050. Oh yeah. I wonder if the Armin TTS is working better now. I wonder if they fixed their shit. Where's Monster TTS? Let's see. Ask me to log in again. I was just fucking logged in. No, it still says service status limited. What's this, Dragor? Yeah. It sucks. Time gates suck. For a multitude of reasons. It feels good at first when you're the undergeared player and, you know, the time gates aren't affecting you. It's only affecting the people that you are trying to catch up to. But eventually you hit the time gates and realize that all that time that you fell behind anyways is now impossible to make up that difference. All you got to do is cross your fingers and hope you get lucky. That's it. And then on top of that, it creates the feeling of like an obligation. Like, okay, I can't take a break from doing these weeklies. Because even though I want to take a break from the game, if I don't do these weeklies, when I come back, I'm going to be even further behind, right? Now it creates like this obligation. Starts to make it feel like a job. Oh my god, Dime. Crescio, I'm gonna take a look at your chat history, and I swear to god, if you've only typed redeems for like the last 16 years, I swear to goodness. I can't remember the last time you typed something in my chat, but every day you're hitting those sound emotes. Let's fucking see. Wait, he waved just today. Wait, he waves every day. Wait, all he ever does is emote. All he ever does is emote and redeem. This man never types anything. I kind of respect the consistency.
Do not redeem. Do not redeem. Do not redeem.
Yeah, the problem with the Chris Poley one is it's not going to roll his R's, and that kind of kills the whole thing, right? So I think we're gonna have to pick a different voice. I don't think Chris Poley's gonna work if it's not gonna roll his R's. Yeah, I deleted the Chris Poley one. It's gone. Damn, not a single downvote yet on Pinks' post.
Is this fucking thing working yet? God damn, I swear ZTN is such a fat chud for breaking the teats and saying funner all the time.
I feel like it's getting better. Yo, thanks, Talbots. I appreciate that. Ooh, you know what I need? Oh, that might not work either. Finally taking his job seriously, yeah. Trying to, a little bit at a time. Not so much about taking it. If I was taking my job seriously, I'd actually be doing YouTube content too. I just wish I had more
I
fucking
get paid
time.
$12.25 an hour to shoutcast some dumb fucks in video game, and I am 100% better than you.
There's an arm in TTS? Yeah, I just added it. I think I'm gonna do a Blue Squadron one, and then I have one more slot. Maybe I'll do Norelio. Norelio will be a tough one, because Norelio doesn't do YouTube, and I need a video that doesn't have a bunch of sounds in the background or music or anything like that, right? People who have YouTubes are easy, because there's plenty of times where they're just talking in their video.
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bomb.
I want to fuck the green M&M. 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 I want to fuck that candy. I'm gonna put M&M up my own ass. M&M up my own ass.
I love shoving the green M&M up my ass.
God, John Gotti, you suck.
bitch.
Here, maybe I'll try to get like a Blue Squadron one rolling right now. Should be pretty easy to find a Blue Squadron video where he's, you know, heated about something.
I'm getting hacked.
Dragor's fucking breaking it again.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see. Blue Squadron videos. Okay, we'll try that one. Okay, I am human. Downloading, converting. Gonna take a second to convert. Nah, Twitch clip isn't enough. It's got to be something like you can give it the
limits for the audio are up to 5 minutes and 10 megabytes. So ideally, I want to have as high quality as possible with the full 5 minutes. Because the more data you have, the more accurate it'll be. Okay, downloading. I'm gonna have to cut this because this is a 15-minute video.
I am going to watch them all get scammed.
Oh, this first section might be perfect. Okay, we'll try this. Okay. Oh my god, it's fucking barely open. Okay, I'm gonna have to. It's 10.9 megs. So. Okay, I will. Where the fuck did I put it? Did I not save it? Oh, it should be there. Why don't I see it there? Oh, there it is. Okay, open that up. I'll fucking flashbang myself. Let's see. Export audio. Okay. Okay. Got it exported. No, don't want to save that. No, don't want to save that. Cancel. Add a voice. We'll call it Blue. We'll just call it Blue. Okay, it's generating the voice. Okay, says it's done. Should be functional now. I don't know how accurate it's going to be. I feel like when I first add them, they just don't work. Like as time goes on, they gradually work better and better and better. Did you guys remember that when I first uploaded my voice? It felt like it slowly got better and better. The more we used it. Tie. 1-1. I mean, if you're gonna enjoy it, Sage, yeah, I mean, it'll be fun. Yeah, if you just hit mobs, there should be no issue at all. Give it a try. See if you like it. Other people can't really tell you what you're going to and what you're not going to enjoy, right? Some people might say, hey, you won't like this class for X, Y, or Z reason, but, you know, maybe you will. Maybe those aren't as big of a deal breaker for you. Or maybe some people will say you're going to enjoy this class for, you know, reason A, B, or C. Those aren't actually, you know, things you're interested in. Just give it a try. That's all you can do. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
I just spent thousands on student loans to call you a bitch, Dragor.
Yep, it worked. Blues could use some work. Yeah, that's the thing is, once again, Blue Squadron, I used a video of his latest video where he's like doing the news, and like I was saying, if you're just reading something, like if you have like a script that you're reading, you don't have the same mannerisms in your voice, right?
John, you could use some work.
I need to get a video of him like fucking ranting about something where he's just thinking and speaking off the cuff.
Zeph isn't too far from me, chat. Real ones. Remember when I had hair? It wasn't that long ago. His hair is running away from his face faster than Ginny runs from accountability.
See, like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. There was a couple points in there where it sounded like Blue and a couple times where it didn't. Ugh.
This one sounds much better. This fat chud's voice is just easier to replicate, I guess. Oh!
Wait, why do you say "oh" at the end? Ooh, you know what I could do for Norelio? I could download like one of his latest VODs, and every time he's between AOS games, he might be just, ooh, actually maybe in the AOS games might not be too bad. I just need to make sure there's a few game sounds at all, but maybe I could get like him having conversations between rounds and like just cut out everything but that and get like 5 minutes of audio from between rounds. Latest Pistani video focused mostly on Armin. I mean, that shouldn't come to a surprise. Most of the funny clips right now are going to come from AOS and, you know, people who are streaming of it. You got to remember what Pistanity typically does is he goes to the video category and looks at the top clips of the week and just throws out a net, grabs those all up, and they get slammed together in a video with minimal editing. So that's why sometimes you'll see clips that aren't even funny. It's just like a popular streamer, like, because they have a larger audience, are going to have more views, right? So they make it into the video. There'll be like some clips that just, you don't even know why they're in the video, but they're in the video because they have more views because the streamer has more viewers. It's just a BDO leech? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent about that. I don't necessarily feel that way, but I don't feel like he's blazing any trails or doing anything really original. He does very minimal editing, and some of the editing it feels like he does is just done by AI. AI songs and shit in there too, so it's like... Yeah, I'm kind of indifferent about it. Oh, his name was just A Cuban. He streams on Twitch very rarely. Let's see, A Cuban BDO. Let's see. Shit, I can't remember what the name of his channel was. I guess it isn't popping up here. Oh no, maybe it's just Cuban. I think he was trying to do a BDO, like, Pistanity. I don't even want to say Pistanity style. Like, Pistanity was the first person to ever do it. He was just like the main person. Heidel Highlights, that's what it was. Yeah, where, except in the case of Cuban, like, he actually edited that shit had a theme. He kind of reported on it more, like, similarly to, like, he did more voiceover, kind of like explaining, maybe not even explaining, but like talking about it as well, right? Like, it's a shame that his didn't become more popular, because I felt like he actually put work into it. And once again, I mean, I don't want to say that, imply that Pistani doesn't put any work into it, but sometimes, like, it feels like that bar is real low on quality control as well, right? Where it's just like, make it, push it out. I also get the impression that I don't think Pistanity likes me. Which is fine by me if that is the case. Considering some of the stupid shit you guys clip. Just imagine what the whole community would think if every single one of those fucking clips went in there. Because you're a Dirty Sage player? Probably because you shit talk him? I mean, is it shit talking though? If telling the truth is shit talking, then, I mean, too bad, so sad. You need to look inward if that's hurting your feelings. I think everybody can see that a lot of that video is just AI done, right? And just grabbing popular clips. There's very little editing. So, I mean, if you don't want the criticism of having a lack of editing and a lack of coherency in your videos, then, you know, maybe do it. Maybe do those things, right? Courtesy, I like having a channel that compiles the clips. Yeah. The thing is, though, the only reason why that exists is because people don't know how to use Twitch and find those clips themselves. Most people think that, like, if you wanted to go find everybody's clips, you have to go to each individual Twitch channel, video channel, and check that streamer's top clips for the week. You can actually just go to the video directory and look at the top clips for the week. And then you can skip over the ones you don't like either. Like, how many Pistanity videos did we see where in the comments people are begging him to stop putting Janae clips in there? You hide your clips? I don't have my clips. Look at clips, you ain't got any? What do you mean? Twitch.tv/ is that the in? Video or clips? Popular clips. Actually, it says there's only one clip from like 5 days ago. That's the top for 7 days. What the hell? Okay, let me go to my creator dashboard. Creator dashboard, content, clips. There is... definitely much more than that. There should be like 10 in there. Do I maybe have a setting on? Wait. Is there something in my Twitch that I have? One second, I want to take a look at my Twitch dashboard now. So under maybe moderation, settings, chatter, permissions, mod management. Holy fuck, I got a lot of mods. I need to go through there and get rid of some of them. Analytics, no, not going to be in there. Maybe settings, stream. Disconnect protection on, low latency mode on. Auto clip waitlist. Toggle on to request to join the alpha testing of Auto Clips, an AI-supported tool that identifies engaging moments from your stream and helps you automatically create and publish clips with captions. The fuck? Maybe I should turn that on. Okay, excluding categories. Clips visibility. Wait. Oh, the fuck is this setting? Which clips should be discoverable on Twitch? All clips of my channel or only featured clips of my channel? It's set to only featured clips. Well, there's your fucking problem. There's your fucking problem. When the hell did that get fucking set like that? Pistanity hates me. Yeah. That's fucking tragic. Oh my god, how long has that setting been like that for? You owe Pistanity the apology for what though? I just said I think Pistanity doesn't like me, or maybe hates me, whatever it was. I didn't say they do. I said I think, because I'm never in there. Your fart clip would have been famous? It would have! You know what would be hilarious? If because I turned that setting on, all my clips now, over the time that it was turned off, all go into Pistanity, and the next video is all fucking clips of me acting like a fucking weirdo or farting. So I wonder if that automatically took effect. One second, let me take a look. Twitch TV, Todd Zethian. I can't believe that setting was on. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh my god, if I go to the clips section now, it's full. I play this game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
My head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
I hate that. Why do you have that fucking on speed dial, Kyle? What the fuck? Oh, shit. When did that setting get put on? I don't know if I was just like scrolling through the page and accidentally clicked it at some point or something. I can't think of any reason why you'd ever want that on. It's not like it stops people from clipping or anything, right? And people are still going to clip and share and streamable shit, so there's no reason hiding anything. The thing is all those clips exist, and now you guys will be able to find them. That also explains Kate, or no, not Kate. Nakatsu, Nakaka, Nakashi. Holy fuck. Fucking people with long ass names. Yeah, Nakatsu. I got it right the first time. Nakatsu had to fucking claw tooth and nail to get like one of my Crimson Desert clips in Pistanity. That explains why that was so hard to get Pistanity to do it, because like that setting's probably been on since long before Crimson Desert too. Man, so many clips. Think about all that visibility we lost, you guys. We could be at like 62,000 views right now. Sorry, guys. My wife's embarrassing. Hey, do you want to come negotiate with them? Yo, Kamu, you here? Kamu's here. You want to come negotiate with them about giving me a mustache? What's that? Oh, okay. What about after that? My wife's got to go pick up the other kid in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But I could maybe have her come back down here and negotiate with you, Kamu. If you insist on giving me a mustache, you got to negotiate with my wife about it. What's that about coffee? I'll kiss your ass. Bring it over here.
Make me blush?
What the hell is that? The mustache is happening regardless of the negotiation. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, what's this? What's this? What are these clips? Oh, you guys are digging through them now. Oh shit. Can't believe my clips were invisible. That's fucking crazy. Why did you guys not say something sooner? Oh, cool. The boss actually sticks around for a rotation. I don't have to worry about sitting around for another 500 crons. Holy fuck! A successful creamer. Oh my god. The Freudian slip, huh? I did not actually get that one yet, no. I got 500, like a box of 500, 2 boxes of 500 now, but not the item that gives everybody on the server a 530. Oh shit, Joey. Jesus. I haven't seen anybody get one yet either, Mephisto. Although I was gone the last 2 days. The fucking Diva clip is funny. It's so dumb. It just goes to show though, chat, when you guys come together, you guys are pretty funny. Oh, that clip of my stage is fucking stupid too. Yeah, I don't know if it does like a region-wide announcement or what. People, has anybody in chat managed to get the super rare item from the bosses? The one that you could vendor for a bill that gives everybody 530 crons? I mean, we have a lot of grinders in chat. I feel like at least one person should have by now. Actually, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't do the mustache until after the official BDO stream in like 2 weeks. Just in case it looks really fucking stupid. In case? What are you trying to say, Dragor? I think you have the most clips I have seen. I mean, I've been streaming for quite a long time, and like I said, I don't have clipping disabled on my stream. It's just I didn't realize they were set to invisible like that. That only featured clips were visible. Because the thing is, like, only mods or myself can feature clips, right? Which would have meant, like, almost no clips would be visible. I guess the purpose of that is to not stop people from clipping, but to give the streamer control over what is visible publicly. But that would require me or my mods to go through every clip after it's made and feature it or not, right? Well, that shit wasn't always the case, Dragor. I don't know why that shit was turned off. I mean, I'm not a narcissist. I'm not going to my own stream and seeing, oh, what clips do I have? What do you think I am? Fucking Neptunes? That man sits there and watches the same clips for years, 6 years straight about himself. It took me a year to realize that you guys couldn't see my clips. Just be mod, bro? Yeah. Oh, no. I just gave access to Kate to the whole vault. I gotta shut this down, chat. I just realized. I gotta shut this down. This is a fucking problem. Yeah, I guess the only way my clips got views is if they were shared. They didn't just pop up naturally. The Clipper would have to share it, and then the people who had it shared to them would have to share it as well, right? I wonder if other people can kill your golem. Oh, this guy's actually chasing me the whole way. Another 500 fucking crons? We are so fucking boosted today with these bosses. Someone PK this bastard streamer, just give it time. Trout Gang will be on it. Trout Gang is back on BDO. Just give them some time to gear up. No streamer is safe. If you guys don't know who Trout Gang is, go ask Agent North. Yo, Dukes! Oh, I wonder if Dukes is still asleep. Dukes, if you're awake, man, you're dead. I don't know what killed you, but you're dead. By the way, you guys, I finished Diablo 4. Holy shit, is Blizzard back? That latest expansion was so fucking good. Dragor killed him? You never would? Yeah, and you never could, Dragor. Ha ha, bitch! Now I'm kicking my feet. No, I'm not even talking about problems with content, right? I'm not even talking about like things for you to do. Like I'm talking about the actual story for the latest Diablo 4 expansion. Like maybe it's a fluke, but it feels like they're getting back to better storytelling. I like how that comment got Dragor so pissed he had to go find a picture. And you know what's funnier? I'm not even going to click it because I don't need to. Oh, look at that. Dukes is back. He didn't die again. He's still awake. Or alive. He did die, did he? Yo, you need to climb up higher, Dukes. Where are you? How are you dying down there? Is it the slow tower one-shotting him or something? Does Dukes not have a level 60 warrior? He needs to do it on a new account. Yeah. What did my camera just do? Hello? Camera? Are you checking me out? Is my camera hacked? The fuck? It's a good thing I'm wearing pants. Jesus Christ, that could have been disastrous. FBI agent was checking up on me. What the hell? What the fuck was that? Could you imagine if I wasn't wearing pants? That would have been fucking awful. Yeah, checking my hands, right? Making sure my hands are moving on the keyboard. Wouldn't have been the first time I've seen some wild stuff on stream. Yeah. You know what would have been hilarious? If my belly was peeking out from under my shirt. Oh, goddamn. Oh, did you put that Kit Kat shit in there? I was going to ask you to put that in there.
You could ask.
I know why. I could have, but you distracted me. You distracted me with your beauty. It's not my fault.
Seriously, to roll my hand across that puppy. So fucking.
I can't help it. I love you, babe. I saw a video of a video of a fat dude doing several backflips, and somehow he managed to pull his shirt down mid-flip every time. God damn. Sometimes I'll be laying there on the couch, and like, you're sitting up, but as time goes on, you slowly slide down into a slouched position till eventually you're laying down, right? I have an L-shaped couch, and I'll be sitting in the corner, right? And I'll slowly, before you know it, like, I'm slowly making it from a sitting position to a laying down position. But in that transition, right, because I'm sliding down and I'm not lifting myself up, it's pulling my shirt up the whole time. And before you know it, I'm laying there with just my belly out. Kit Kat coffee creamer? Yep. Do you slap it like a drum? Sometimes I do. You're the best. Thank you very much. Give me some sugar. Mwah. The extra 3XL shirt becomes a crop top. What the hell? And yeah, it's I guess she grabbed it at the grocery store. She asked me earlier if I wanted some Kit Kat coffee creamer in there, but I normally drink my coffee black, but it's like 3 in the afternoon now. Give me that dessert coffee. Star's End doesn't have me being referred to in the past tense. Well, I hope you lose the crystal that you get here at Underwater so I can continue to make money off them. We got to keep these little blue bottles at max price, these Sakraya shards. You know what it was? It was good karma for leveling up Duke. That's why it gave me those 3 boxes to make up for that 30 minutes to get him up to level. Maybe I'll pop another bell too. What is this? I wonder if I could stack that with the other shit too. I think I can. Ding dong. Health XP, max HP. Oh, it's for the max HP. Doesn't stack with other food effects though. Does that mean it doesn't stack with the other thing? Oh no, it doesn't. Well, I might as well just use it for the health XP then. John Kiriakou. I don't even know who that is. Do you have a what's the funniest clip? Let's see. He's the man that reported the torture program? See, that doesn't, I don't even know what that means either. Apparently I'm out of touch. The former CIA guy. Yeah, I don't know any of this shit. I'm not getting any of these references. Okay, let's see. Wait, this guy? He just fucking says shit, huh? Yeah, this editing is annoying. It must be for copyright reasons. To get 1%? Oh, quite a bit. I probably get like 1/10 of a percentage every hour. Maybe? No. 1/100th of a percent? No. That's so gross. Yeah, leveling in this game doesn't really matter though. Right? I would rather have just like really high obnoxious XP rates than there just being a level cap and you don't see anything move, right? But ultimately the level just doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, but sometimes I just want to grind for the XP, and you still can, right? You still can. In fact, you can break even more now because it's so difficult. Or maybe difficult's not the right word. Time consuming. I think character shares level XP, but does it share skill XP gains? No, I don't believe it does. You kind of wish that they had level capped? Why? I like the fact that it's not level capped. It gives at least something. I would rather there be no cap than a cap. Pretty sure it does. Skill XP. So my hash is getting skill XP. Are you sure? Are you fucking sure? Check them. Okay, let's find out. See who we're banning today. Surely we earned 1 skill point on my hash. Right! Sorry, it felt good. When I stretch, I just get loud. Whew, felt good. Okay, let's see. We are at... Where does it show our skill points? Am I fucking blind? Oh yeah, right here. 278. Oh shit! It totally does. Look at that. We're level 65. Oh. Oh, that is so gross, man. Cowboy, fuck you. What'd you fucking link that to me for? Oh, that's fucking gross. You guys want to see something gross? Nah, he ruined my day. I'm gonna fucking ruin you guys' day now. I can't go without paying this forward. Oh, god damn. Fucking just drooling. Oh my god. Shut up, Dragor. You're so gross. Dragor, you'd probably lick the sweat out of Duke's crack like licking the peanut butter out of a stalk of celery. Shut up. Yeah, it's just a shame they don't like you. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I just sing to them a little bit and they love me. You're singing to either 20-year-olds who aren't good at making long-term decisions or desperate old cougars. Oh, Dragor. Maybe you gotta stop singing at like bars and clubs. Maybe you need to become a wedding singer and you can start hitting them bridesmaids. Maybe that's the cheat code. Oh, do you? Okay, shit. How does that work out? Like, do they like if they have like an open bar, or if they have like, do they let you eat the food too, or is it like one of those things like, no, this is a business transaction, you bring all your own shit? You eat and drink? Okay, good. Oh, I'm using Enlightened Bolt, Mephisto. You've never had them tell you not to? Yeah, I feel like that'd be weird. I would understand maybe not drinking before you're supposed to perform, but obviously after, like, let loose, right? Oh, Awaken Hash. Sorry. I don't know. Anybody in chat? What core does Awaken Hash use for grinding? Fifth RMB for grinding? I assume that they will trust I'll be a professional and not get smashed during their wedding. Yeah. The Shift F SA. Do cores even matter for grinding? If they give a forward guard, they usually do, but otherwise, like, the SA doesn't matter, because if you need resists, then you're typically running resist crystals. Fine, I'm gonna look it up myself. Speaking of which, let's get my shit pot back up. Where's Hash at? Oh, it's right at the fucking top. Let's see, you have Inquisition. This is a forward guard. Super Armor won't matter. Sin Splitter Bound won't matter. Collapse has a forward guard. Ensnaring Sands, CC. Yeah, so it's probably either Inquisition or Collapse. I imagine you'd use one of those two. Yeah, it probably doesn't matter a whole lot, but technically it's probably one of those two cores. Oh, shit. Oh, I have no idea, Edwards. The more the better. First time I've been mad at PA? Yo, what's making you mad at PA? I want to be mad with you. What's up, Prim? Your current favorite grind spot makes you feel pressure to swipe for weight or more maids, and more maids. Why don't you get the new treasure item? Every 30 minutes you can go to your house and use the storage in there. Yeah. Use your horse and then every 30 minutes, dump it into storage. You only have 17 maids and you only last 20 minutes before you're at 150% weight. Ooh, yeah, you're gonna have to use your horse. Dekia Cyclops, 2 types of trash. Well, you use your maids to throw the lighter trash, and the trash that you get more abundantly, put that in the horse. Not like in the horse, like in the horse's backpack. Just in case you needed me to specify. No, straight into the horse. Got it. Oh, that poor horse.
Fuck you.
Sound like you had an English accent there. That didn't sound like Blue at all. I'm gonna have to delete that one. I gotta get a better one to train with. That didn't sound like Blue at all. You'll find a good video. Yeah. Need a good video where he's talking passionately, not just reading a script. And it doesn't have like a bunch of different either voices, sounds, or music and stuff in it. 5 minutes is the max. If it's supposed to be 10 megabytes too or less. So obviously you want it to be 10 megabytes, as close to 10 megabytes as possible. 1 second. Yeah, the requirements are anywhere between 30 seconds to 5 minutes. Obviously, the more time you have, the more accurate it will be. Obviously, you want it as high quality as possible. So, and the maximum file size is 10 megabytes. So, basically, you want as much yapping in 5 minutes as possible at the highest quality possible while staying under 10 megs. And it has to be in the MP3 format. Oh yeah, those little gargoyles you get all the time. The biggest thing I hate about that spot, though, is listening to the gargoyles. They're so fucking annoying. Getting looks for my wife. Yeah. Just do it in even numbers, right? 8 dawn hours, damn. Am I a Cyclops grinder? Wait a minute, chat. When is the ball? July 25th. What do we want from the ball? I mean, I want a whole set of accessories, no time gates. I want a new region to explore, new crystals, new light stones, maybe new artifacts. I want them to remove the time gates on the current gear. I want them to reduce the pities on Fallen God. Maybe give new players a free Tet Fallen God to help with the catch up there. I want them to do, get rid of the different life skill tools and clothes. Maybe add like a pre-on version of both. And then finally give us all of our life skill gear in this window and have that family base, right? Let us put our accessories in there too. Do we really think we're getting a Donnie Part 2 with how saturated scaling is nowadays? What does that even mean? I mean, we were supposed to get a Donnie Part 2 with Seraph. So yeah, I think we're long overdue for it. I think that's almost guaranteed. I mean, we'll obviously get a new class too. Yeah. Yeah, you're assuming it scales the same way. I mean, if you take a look at Altar of Blood and what they stated with that, that's also supposed to scale up pretty high. I think that's a really good reason too, for why we might get accessories, right? Not only, like, we have lots of room for them to have DP requirements as people get their armors up, but the best castle right now already requires every little lick of AP, right? So it's very clear that they need to add more AP to the game. So I think accessories just make the most sense. Not only do you have 6 slots to add more AP on, but you also have, just think, right? If they add 4 AP per slot, that's 24 AP. Not to mention, right, if you take a look at your accessory slots, like, if you compare the cost of max armors, max Elkstone, max weapons, our accessories are really far behind in terms of cost. We are long overdue. Fuck, how many times I gotta click that stupid thing? I mean, why not both? Why not both? I honestly don't think they ever do a cape slot. We already have a cape aesthetic attached to so many costumes, and I feel like if they added a cape slot, they would have to then, like, adjust that shit. I mean, I guess they don't have to have it visible, right? A visible cape slot. But if they wanted to make it visible, they have to go through, like, every costume that they've ever made that has a cape and separate it from the cape. And for that reason, I can't imagine them doing it. I imagine they will try to avoid it and find other slots. Yeah, like the backpack slot. I'm gonna do something with that. Or do something more with the, you know, the, I don't even know what this slot is called, the talisman slot. Insignia slot. Or bracelet slot, yeah. I feel it's like it's more likely to be something like that, but because we have so many outfits with capes attached to them, and cape is something, if they added a cape slot, people would want it to be separate, right? Especially if you have like a Deck Sovereign cape, people would want to have like a cape with a crazy glow or something. So, I don't know. I just feel like they'll avoid doing a cape slot because they know that the slope that the community will go down if they add that. Percentage stats instead of... problem with that is it benefits some classes who have more stats than others through buffs. Does it scale with buffs? I mean, I feel like if they are doing everything in their power to avoid doing percentage-based heals, I can't imagine them doing percentage-based stats. And percentage-based heals make the most sense, because you can make it so heals are always the same power, no matter how much our HP scales, right? That's the thing about flat heals. It's, yeah, they're great when they first adjust it, but as everybody's HP pools get bigger and bigger and as damage gets higher and higher, the health recovery becomes more and more negligible and requires maintenance to bring it back up. Where if they just did a percentage based, it would just always be the same value all the time, right? The only thing that could fluctuate it in the short term is like maybe if you tried to stack some HP. But I don't think that's even a bad thing. If you want to do a build that sacrifices raw stats and stacks HP instead, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that adds more build diversity and makes the game more interesting. Whatever they do, some people will be disappointed. Oh yeah, always. Always. No matter what, right? And the disappointed people will typically be the loudest. That's why I think sometimes Perlibus needs to just recognize that this is their game, and they need to just do what they want to do. And that doesn't mean never listen to the community, but I think there are some times where they just got to be like the parent, you know? They got to say, hey, we know what you want, but that doesn't mean, you know, you're going to get it. A jockstrap slot? Yo, you getting kicked in the dick a lot? My guardian needs a chastity belt. Ooh, we got the Suckdrack changes coming up too. We're gonna fuck around with Suckdrack on Thursday. I wish I could remove this fuck ass fog. Is there fog in Adania? I don't remember the fog. Maybe that's just in one area. He's playing Dosa? It's his own smoke. An account-wide horse horn? That'd be a cool idea for like a treasure item. I think items like that are perfect candidates for a treasure item. Let's see, Gruda. Holy, what the fuck? I don't remember it ever being that foggy. You got cataracts? I imagine that's what the world looks like through the eyes of somebody with cataracts. Cool. I have cataracts. It's not that bad. You don't have cataracts. There's no shot. You are too young to have cataracts. No, you don't. Born with them? We're talking about an issue with your eyes, not small testicles, Dragor. You weren't born with cataract. Yo, Kinjara, are you here? I wonder if Mendoza's around. Yeah? It looks like, I don't know what you're up to, but it looks like the guys want to get started early. Oh yeah, I see you typing there. Up a little thumbs up in chat too. Did someone play the Nokia sound here? Why are you popping in here so late? That shit was played like a while ago. Dukes, you still around? Fuck, I might have to actually kick Dukes out of the party. Looks like my boss group wants to get started early. Yeah, but just because you can Google it, Dragor, doesn't mean you have it. What's the max skill points? It's 3,000 plus whatever you've accumulated through quests. You know what the problem is? Your eye doctor probably has cataracts, and when they look in your eyes, they're just seeing through their own eyes, right? Holy, I almost got fucking back shots from the mobs there. Yeah. TTS Monster's fucking up today. It's actually been annoying because it's pretty rare, so they always want to bring a student in to look at my eyes. When I was... Stop what? What do you mean? When my wife and I decided we didn't want any more kids, I went and got my wings clipped, and the doctor asked to bring in 2 students to watch the procedure. So here I am laying on a bed with a fucking sheet on me with an opening with my junk on full display. What's my current silver? Oh, I only got like 2 trill. Okay, one second. I gotta swap channels. Unfortunately, Dukes is not gonna get finished leveling. I'm not gonna leave these guys waiting. We've never seen one this small. You gotta come see, come see. Shut up. Yeah. Doctor came in with a fucking microscope. An electron microscope. Wheeled that shit right in there. Nope. Oh. Oh yeah, that's right, eh? Yeah. That works for me. Yeah. I haven't been paying attention, honestly. You chat, I'm fast as fuck. Yo, fuck off. Okay, man. Yeah, I lost it again. Oh shit, it's back. When it loses me, it eventually just recenters. Mm-hmm. Jesus. It's like $1 trillion silver worth of 200s or 250s.
Cannot be.
Yeah. They definitely are treating it like a live service game right now.
I can't have it then.
What? That's awesome. Yeah. I got my new treasure item. No reason to keep doing it. That's crazy, Dragor. I legit just went to my browser and had the Blue Squadron, like, his videos up on YouTube. And I was like, oh yeah, isn't Dragor supposed to fucking do this? I wonder if he forgot. And then all of a sudden, bidick, I look and then, yeah. Okay, let me download this. Okay, I gotta delete the old one. Okay, it's training. Okay, it's apparently done. The new one should be operational now. Oh shit, I wonder if the double colon's gonna fuck it up.
I am the top 1% PV per.
Hey, that actually sounded better though. Let's try something a little longer. I better not grief my team. Oh, that was close. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm pulling up, Larry. Let's see how it does with that one. Okay, it's not working. I don't think the website's still having issues and not giving us all of them. I'll redeem it again. Let's see. Yeah, that was just a coincidence. Oh shit,
The
I forgot to put
PvP
blue in there.
Academy is here to take over Black Desert Online. We will teach all these guilds who the real PvPers are.
The PvP Academy is here to take over Black Desert Online. We will teach all these guilds who the real PvPers are.
Not bad, not bad. That definitely sounds a lot better than the first one. Oops. Oh shit, wrong way. Oh, they got this. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Fucking spear bolt. Why it fucking made me move so far there? Jesus Christ.
Test.
Damn. It was a good theory too. It seemed like it was doing that for a bit.
You will regret the grasp of death.
En wow, that's kind of an or.
See if it works now.
I'm not fucking leaving. I am the most handsome bald man alive.
Yeah, this one is much better. Burt one next? Well, the thing is, I only have 4 slots, so I want them to at least be a funny people. Oh, shit. Oh, I guess we're done. Thanks, gentlemen. Yeah, I only have 1 slot left, right? Because I have my own voice, I have Armin, I have Blue. I don't know who I do for the 4th. We already tried Chris Pulley. The AI won't roll the R's the way Chris Pulley does. Janae? I mean, you can simulate a Janae TTS by just sitting here like this. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh shit, I'm getting CC. No! No! Okay. Grinding, here we go. Oh, leave me alone, you fucking fish! There we go. Honor of Dukes is around. Le Earl. He's probably asleep though. No, I have 1 slot left. I'm starting to think all the redeems just don't like Dragor. Doesn't matter what the redeem is. To be fair, I don't blame him either. Wait. I could have swore I had 711 loot scrolls when I started today. Why am I at 906? Oh, never mind. I guess that makes sense. That's 14 loot scrolls. I've been grinding for 7 hours with yellows. Okay, never mind. That adds up. Fucking monster TTS is fucking sucking. Why am I paying them $25 a month for nothing? How many trillions am I at now? Oh, I don't know. Plenty. Plenty of trillions. Too many trillions. If I were to guess, I'd say probably at like 8. Need to open up an Excel sheet, put in the value like of like the different stacks and stuff. That's kind of where it's the most. And I gotta, oh fuck, I gotta count all the outfits. I don't know if I could just get a screen reader to count how many outfits I have. Does it get boring having so many trillions? I mean, no. No more. It's less boring than having 0 money. That fucking sucks. Yeah. Just think, Pearl Abyss robbed you guys of one of the biggest enhancement streams that could have ever happened. If that new Elkstone wouldn't have been time gated and instead would have just cost a fuckload of crons they originally planned, I could have spent every single costume that maintenance going for a Shining Stone, and would have. Pearl Abyss robbed you guys of that content. Pretty sure it's all time gated from now on? Yeah, most likely. The most likely situation that ends up happening is everything is time gated, but there eventually becomes so many different things that are time gated that it's still difficult to keep up with the silver, to keep up with all the time gates, but you can't rush individual items. How's the Land of the Morning Light bosses on stage? I find them really easy myself. My daughter installed Instagram on her phone. Uh-oh. How old is she now? 13. Getting too fucking old. Starting them teenager years now. Makes me scared because I know the kind of trouble I was getting into when I was like 16. Yo, thank you for the follows, you guys. No, I had to swap to do my group bosses, and I literally just swapped back like 5 minutes ago. You're probably pretty close to 60. If you don't mind coming back and Xing up, I can re-invite you and finish off your level. I imagine you're getting pretty close now. You've been 59 for a while. I'll probably be grinding for, 30 minutes, maybe an hour more. It's already almost been 10 hours. Today's gone by quick. I guess I did start just a bit after 6 a.m. this morning. It was early as hell. Besides Honglem, Daedric's fun to grind on? I really enjoy grinding on. I love grinding on. Another 500 crons. Woo. I guess Dukes doesn't want to be leveled up. He didn't come back and X up, or is he not at home? Yeah, we got 4 500 boxes and a 1,000 box. So we got an extra 6,000 crons today. Never mind the 50 from every one of them that we don't. He posted in chat. I know he posted in chat, and that's why I told him X up in game. No, I haven't changed anything. Maybe I had a buff during that time. Biggest grinder on the game? Might be. Is the AI TTS working? It's flaky today, unfortunately. Am I sitting on? 2 trillion silver, probably like another 6 trillion worth of various shit. Primarily crons and Dax enhancement stuff. I need to actually do the math on it. Who knows? Maybe I'm underestimating. I usually tend to be a little conservative with my estimations. Do I PvP at all? Yeah, but it's more in the evenings. When I'm not streaming. Although, as of the last little while, all I really do is Node War and Siege. Ever since the Sage changes, haven't really been a big fan. I want them to go back to before Awakened Sage was Busted Sage, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think I'll eventually have to reach a decision. Either play another class or just deal with what I've been served. They've been rough. Yeah, in a lot of cases warranted. Like Awakened Sage needed to be nerfed. Just a shame that it's like they took any feedback from any of the Sage community. I can't think of a single Sage that would have asked for these nerfs in this capacity. Every single Sage knew what the problem was. Oh, it barely affected PvE at all. The only time it affected PvE, since it was just stamina changes, right? The only way it affected PvE is if you're like in shots where you one-shot mobs. Yeah. Yeah, Awakened Kuno got hit pretty hard too. Awakened Kuno's in the same boat as Awakened Sage in terms of stamina. They have like one more linger than we do, one more thing to use in their neutral, but the thing is about one of the two abilities they have is they also use it for like catches and shit, right? So it's not really like something they're gonna want to save just for neutral. For Awakened Sage, we legit just have one ability. Fucking crazy. But yeah, I feel like Awakened Kuno's in the same boat as us. Who knows, maybe that's their goal, right? Maybe all rats are eventually going to be like, if you're an assassin class, you're going to have really high stamina usage. If you're a bruiser, then, you know, you're less mobile, but you don't have as much stamina usage. But you're a bit tankier, right? Maybe that's a goal they're aiming for. Considering they just said that they're, you know, going to start working on PvE shit, implies to me that they feel like they're done with the PvP shit. And I definitely, you know, if that is their goal, there's definitely more work that needs to be done before they stop, right? But like, Awakened Sage got hit pretty hard stam-wise. Awakened Ninja, Awakened Kuno. Awakened Meiwa, surprisingly enough. Awakened Lon a little bit, but not nearly as much. Actually, what did they get stamina? I know they nerfed Deadly Dance and I think a little bit of damage. Maybe it wasn't stamina for Awakened Lon. I can't remember. Dosa looks decent. Yeah, Dosa's pretty decent. If you're willing to play both Dosa specs. But yeah, like, in terms of like Awakened Assassins, still got Awakened Hash, but like Awakened Hash isn't performing like crazy right now, right? It's kind of underplayed. But it definitely is much better in the stamina department. Yeah, Vin Zaries is going crazy in AOS. Like Awakened Megu has a ton of like they are pretty heavy stamina wise from what I understand, but they have a lot of neutral in their main hand. They have a lot of super armors in their main hand that they could just chill in to get stam back. AOS, Node Wars, Siege, and good enough to AoE to do PvE. Archer's pretty good in all those environments right now. You don't like the vibe? Gotcha. Can we stutter more than Unreal 5? I did not. Is Unreal 6 looking like fucking trash? I can't wait for the next MMO to come out and try to fucking build on Unreal 6 and end up being hot dog shit. I am so over MMOs being built on the Unreal Engine. I'm so fucking over it. Do you have a link to that I can watch on my side monitor right now? Okay, let's see. Captured real time in game. Yeah, it didn't really show much. The footage didn't look that smooth, but I don't know. Maybe that's just what they decided to show off. It was just a lower FPS footage. Still going? Yeah, still going. Still going. Not much longer though. Once my dinner is ready, I'm gonna call it dinner with the fam. What are you gonna call it? I'm gonna call it jalapeno mac and cheese. Homemade jalapeno mac and cheese, and I know my wife has some chicken thighs, but I don't know how she's planning on cooking them. Orbs are RNG, yeah. See how many upvotes Pinks has now. 31, not a single downvote. I think I need to change my vote to a downvote. I have not seen a Rinkies here since changes now. Anyone got the link? Yeah, right here. Kidding aside though, you guys, this is Pinks is a huge Awakening fan. Awakening Maywa is one of the classes that have been in the worst state for a while. They recently did changes trying to buff it, and the class was already struggling stam-wise, and they, in the process of buffing it, they nerfed the stam even more, so apparently it's like, yeah, they kind of fucked it up, so I gave that shit a little upvote. I recommend you read through it. Remember, you don't have to agree with everything he says, but if you agree with most of it, definitely deserves your upvote. Buff Sage, that's what we're talking about, Junior. How you doing, Junior? I hope you're having a good day. What upgrade I get recently? Nothing. This game doesn't do upgrades anymore. How we doing here? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, there's an Armin and a blue one for Blue Squadron. I don't know if I should make it Blue Squadron or just blue. But we have Armin. We have both of them. The TTS, though, is kind of flaky today. I guess the website is having issues, so sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, hopefully they fix their issues. Yeah, it's their website, like I said. It even says right on their website that they're having issues. Yeah, I did. I really like how it turned out, too. Nice having a little office here. It's nice because if things start getting louder, if the kids are running around, right, I'm not, you know, in the middle of the downstairs living room. So they can have that space to themselves. I can just close the door if things start getting loud. I don't have to worry about other kids running around behind me, because obviously, you know, I don't want other people's kids on my stream, right? Smells fucking good in my house right now. I'm getting so hungry. What stream? I don't have any streams up right now, actually. Just occasionally flipping through different YouTube videos. Nothing really going on in the video community at the moment. Had Divios up for a little while. He was just grinding. Not really much excitement going on this early in the day. Gotta watch all those PoE2 guys practicing. Ooh, yeah. I only have like 2 trill. But most of my wealth isn't in silver. I have like 2 trillion. I have over 2 trill worth of silver. I have probably over 5 trillion worth of crons. Plus like another trillion worth of stacks. So I got like 2 months to make 2 more trillion if I want to hit that goal. Which, you know, isn't too bad. It's a bit of a stretch goal. Well, chat, it is 5 o'clock. Maybe I will call it here. We've been at it for fucking almost 10.5 hours. Holy balls. Holy balls. Let's see how many more, we got a pure Blackstone today. See if we can get any more rings. Okay, 1 more ring. Oh, only 1 more ring. Buckload of silver worth of gold bars. But we got a lot of rings to sell. Got 3,000, at least 3,000 crons today between these guys. Let's see. Our trash stash is at almost 600 bill. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Do I have? Oh no, I do. Oh, I don't have these listed. Let's get those listed. I need to add another use for those things. Let's see, where do I send you guys today? We raided Pig last time. We've done Divios quite a bit lately. Maybe I send you guys over to Czane. I haven't raided Czane in a while. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you guys over to Czane. Go say hi. He's an archer on NA. As much as we hate archers, I guess he's all right. But yeah, go say hi. We'll catch you all later.